Hello, how's it going? Welcome on in. Eshem, what's going on? Valiance, Drogos, Pergy, welcome. It's a nice time for a stream for you to watch. Just starting your evening work on the deed with Kaylee. Very nice. Well, I thought I'd turn on the stream now that I have a bit of time. I've been away the last week on vacation, and so I didn't have a chance to play really. So just got back yesterday. So yeah, going to test out this new beverage grinding system that I set up here. On the last stream, just over a week ago, I built these 5 forges and filled them up with pottery bowls, as many pottery bowls as can fit. It's kind of sad to see only 47 fit in each oven, but it is what it is. It seems as though tea can only be made in a pottery bowl inside an oven. It can't be a forge. So if I wanted to have more pottery bowls, I'm going to need more ovens. But the way I see it, it doesn't save any more time. It doesn't save time to have more ovens. It only makes it so that you use a little bit less sleep bonus. But as you're going to see as I do this, I'm going to be using very, very little sleep bonus as it is. And I have 6 hours to play with, so um, we'll see where we end up. The other thing that I've been realizing is that you need a lot of chopped herbs, right? So I spent a bunch of time chopping, and then I practiced a bunch with this process, and I got to the point where I was able to chop at the same time as filling, which is really nice because if you pan fill, if you've ever done any pan filling, you'll notice you'll know that there's a lot of concentration, but what you might not have thought about is that your character is not doing anything while you're pan filling. Like there's no actions going. So you can actually click a create button so that your actions start going and then pan fill. And if you get sort of like the rhythm going, you can be doing two things at once. And I think that's really where the pan filling shines. But yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself. I think let me just double check here. I just want to make sure I did my prayer properly. Yep, I got my prayer in on Xander. Let me just see the time. That was 6 minutes ago. Okay, good. So I may as well get started here. So as I do this, maybe you guys in chat can help me out here because I'm not sure if I'm doing this the best way I possibly can, and whether or not there's a better way to do it. I could be wrong, but there might not be, or there might be a better way of doing it. But this is what I've been doing myself. So what I'm going to be doing while pan filling at the same time, or bowl filling, or whatever I want to call it, is I'm going to be chopping at the same time. That way, like I have the 900 chopped basil. I'm going to be filling those into the 235 pans or bowls that I have, and the hope is in the time that I fill and empty, I can chop another 235. So we'll see how it goes. I might be able to fill faster than that. Oh yeah, another thing. I almost completely forgot. I put this oil barrel right here. Let's see if I can get up to it because there's a fountain right at the top of this ridge here. It's kind of an inconvenient spot for a fountain, but the rock is kind of crazy here. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I put the fountain, or sorry, I put the oil barrel in a spot where I can open it and pull over water from. Yeah, there we go. Pull over water from the fountain. How to efficiency with Adam, episode 163. I've honestly just been playing around with it. Yeah, you let me know if you can see any more efficiency that you can get out of this, because it's still not as great as I want it to be. I want it to be a lot better than it is. And the rock on your deed is pretty insane too. Yeah, I know. Hey, Catspur, what's going on? All right, you're gonna get to see what how this is all working out. The other thing I did was I cut a whole bunch of kindling because each round is going to need 5 kindling to light the 5 ovens. Um, so I have enough kindling here for 11 rounds. It's the butt zapper herself. Yeah. All right, so let's move some stuff over here. I'm gonna need a bunch of things open and a bunch of things happening. So let's get that started. All right. And I'm going to fill up the other pottery bowls with the chopped basil, which I'm standing just a little bit too far from. So let's get a little bit closer. Yeah, there we go. Um, and it's not exactly, I can't bring 100 at a time. Right? I can only bring 77 because of my inventory space, so I got to do it twice. And I might reposition that window a little bit, but it's this window that's going to get repositioned a lot, my inventory window. All right, so let's see this. Yeah, basil tea, yes. Turns out every herb is just as good as the next herb in terms of making tea, as far as skill gain goes. Um, I've also found that the tea really does not give affinity all that much just because it's a single chopped herb and some water. Let me see. Can I open? Okay, okay. I can reach the Let's see if I can get the water from the barrel from where I'm standing. Let's see. Can I put that in? Can I pull that out? Yes. Good. Okay. So I'm going to be able to stand right where I'm standing right now and access everything that I need. All right. So let's get this started. I'm going to open up the chopped basil like this. So I have like massive amounts of chopped basil. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to fill all the ovens with the basil. Okay, so here we go. This takes a little bit of concentration, so I won't be able to read chat while this part is happening. But what I'm doing is I'm literally just dragging over, whoops, I'm dragging over the basil into each of the pots while keeping my eye on the weight. And every so often I'll make a mistake like that where I put 2 basils in one pot or one bowl. And this part is like the quick part, I'd say. The putting the basil in is really fast. And honestly, if you're doing any pan filling for hot food cooking gains, this is how fast it is. Like you just literally have to drag stuff over to the pans or whatever you're putting it into. And that's pretty much, whoops. It looks like one of them didn't cook last time, so that one's already ready to go with the water. But I found with tea making, there's an extra bit of inefficiency that happens, and that's with the water. And it's kind of annoying that it has to be this way. And this is where I'm going to ask you guys if you guys can see any way of making it better once I get to the water filling part. Okay. I've also gotten used to the fact that I sometimes miss one, so at the end of each one I scan up this row just to see if any of these pluses are empty. But they're not. They're good. They're good to go. This one is a little bit over, so I'm going to reposition that window. There we go. The idea is you fill up all of the pots or all of the bowls with the ingredients ready to make the tea. And then once it's ready, you fire up the forges or fire up the ovens and turn on your sleep bonus and watch the sweet gains come in. At the very end, I empty all the bowls and repeat the whole process. Okay, so that was 3. And I'll catch up with what you guys are saying. And once I just finish the 5th one, this is the 4th. Let's see here. I missed a couple. Here we go. Making some tea. And if you get into a rhythm, like again, like if you're filling thousands of these, you can easily get into a rhythm. And as I said, for hot food cooking, it is quite a bit nicer because literally this is all you need to do for the hot food cooking. Um, I've shown before that you can, with one swipe, load in as many ingredients as you want. The last round of breakfasts I made, I had put, I want to say 15 ingredients into each pot, and I made 15 only, but you could do this indefinitely. So I took 15 ingredients and with one swipe put one of each of the 15 ingredients into the bowl. And so that's all you have to do. The hard part is having the hundreds of bowls, possibly even thousands of bowls or pans. Pans is better because you can fit way more pans into a forge. Let's double check. Okay, so that's the 5. Okay, so let's see what you guys are saying. If you watch this carefully, learn how to train up booze making. Yeah, and I guess quality of the pottery bowls makes no difference either. I don't think so. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure. My guess is that and this is a guess completely, that the quality of the bowl affects the quality of the outcome. So it's possible that the quality of the bowl can be adjusted to adjust the difficulty, but I don't know actually, because if you right click this and do lore, and in the event window, it'll tell you the difficulty. So I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. What I do know is that the quality of the bowl definitely affects the rate at which it damages. I have a 3 quality bowl in there somewhere that has like 20 damage already. Yeah, so you think the quality of the bowl is the speed of the cooking? Okay, that's also a possibility. Yeah. And the only way that you can see it would be better is getting somebody else to do it. Yeah. It only affects how fast things heat up inside. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah. Speed of cooking. So okay, so that part is the fast part. I'm just going to consolidate the basil. Now here comes the hard part, and this is what I've sort of like settled on doing now. I reduced the size of this. Let me just make sure I got everything here. I need my measuring jug. Where did I put that measuring jug? Here it is. Okay, good. So I have this water here, so I'm just gonna put the water up here. Good. Like that. And I'm gonna smidgen this right to here. Okay. Oh, and I keep forgetting to do this. So Valiance, 7 rare dirt today, and I just got a supreme one. What a waste. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a lot of yeah, that's a lot of rare dirt. I would just sacrifice it. Okay, so one idea comes to mind to make the water easier. What if? Okay, and while you're typing that out, I'm gonna explain what I've been doing. Because each pottery bowl needs just the right amount of water. I think it's somewhere between 3.3 and 0.4 water, somewhere in between there. I put 6 garlic into the measuring jug after it's been set to 500 mils, so 0.5. That way, when I pull the water in, it has the right amount of water. Okay, what if I, yeah, I had thought of that. I had thought of that. But then what you're going to have to do is drag the water into each of the measuring jugs and then drag the water from each of the measuring jugs into the bowls. And I honestly feel like it won't go much faster than what I'm about to do. And for the amount of effort that it would take to set it all up, I think, yeah, I don't know. I'll show you what I do. Yeah, the feeling of the flow. Yeah. So I kind of got the feeling of the flow down. One issue was the fact that once you get down to the bottom here, it's like the dragging distance from the measuring jug down to the bottom was large. So I sort of, what I'm going to do as I go down. I'm going to move the inventory down as I go. Okay. I have timed myself on this portion of it, and I've gotten it down to about 1 minute and 40 seconds for each oven, which is still rather long. Like, just the water filling would be like under 2 minutes per oven. So 5 ovens is 10 minutes. Well, we'll see how it goes. So I'll show you. Why not just use jars? Do you mean jars instead of bowls? Or jars instead of the measuring jug? Can you make tea in jars? Let's just look this up. Whoops. Whoa. Yikes. Instead of bowls, yeah. Let's see. Sorry, I'm gonna look up tea. Okay, so it looks like you can, to make tea, it must be in a pottery bowl or a cauldron. Although it says cook in a fire, which means that this is possibly either outdated and or not complete. Yeah, exactly. The problem with the bowl is that it's too much water, right? So like if I fill the bowl with water and then I lower it, it'll say too much water. It looks like it should be between 320 and 480, right? So I have it at 340 right now. But I could be wrong, but I'm under the impression that tea can only be made in bowls or cauldrons. But again, I could be wrong about that. How much does a jar hold? Hey, Willow, how's it going? Guess what? I'm making good use of your basil that you made, and I've been keeping up. I repositioned these your lovely pottery racks, and I'm making use of them. And I've got my gardening almost to 40 on Xander. And today we're going to be making a whole bunch of tea. So let's see how this goes. Okay, so let's put the water in, and this is sort of like how it goes. It's a little bit slower than the putting in the, what's it called, the herbs. But this is sort of how I've done it up to this point. And again, if you can see any way of making this go a little bit faster, I would be greatly appreciative of that. And I have seen others, particularly Gaffer I was watching, he had a similar sort of method. Unfortunately, it's a lot slower than than the hot food cooking version of this. Yeah. Let's see. So I probably am gonna get this all 5 forges in about 10 minutes, just for the water. And I would venture to guess. I haven't timed myself for the basil, but it might be 5 minutes or something like that for the basil, or maybe less than that. And then there's the time to take it all out. I'm like a machine. And I've also gotten used to, like, I'll look up just to double check that all these are at 0.89 before closing it. Because I've had the mistake of accidentally not filling one or two. And then there's also the odd misclick where I'll bring the garlic instead of the water, or it kind of sets me back a little bit. This almost reminds me of like cats when you take the alcohol and you put it into the measuring jug and drink it. How you do it so quickly. It's like after you practice doing something a whole bunch of times, it just goes like quick. If only there was like a keybind or something that could drag the water over for me. Yeah, you're a grandmaster alcoholic. Exactly. And so yesterday I think I did 4 rounds of this. You know, filling it all up, lighting it up, emptying them all out. I missed one, I see. And did 4 rounds, and it gave me just over 10 skill in beverages. And as you can see down here, I'm at 33.7 now. My hope is to get to 50 or so before I start squeezing the lemons. Oh, there, I did that mistake where I put the garlic instead. Make sure I didn't miss one. Yep. Okay, so that was 2. It's definitely much slower. But you know, if you get good at this, and if you can make a nice setup for yourself, I know that there are several people who are willing to pay good money for this service, especially if you already have all the herbs set up. You know, you're picking all the herbs, or if it's for hot food cooking, you're doing the farming for all the food and getting the meat and all that stuff like that. If you do all that and fill up pans, there are people who will pay through the gills for this service. I see I missed a basil on one. Okay, so I'm just going to grab a basil from the food storage bin there. Okay. Did I miss one? No. Okay, I'm good. Keep going, keep going. Whoops. A little bit too much. That's okay. I figured out how to fix that problem. If I put too much water into one of them, or I put double the amount of water. Whoops. Ran out of water. So let's suppose I accidentally, let's say, put double the amount. Let's say this one already has water in it, but I put another set of water. I can just take the water and put it back into the measuring jug, and it takes the right amount away. And then put back into the next one. And here it goes. I think I have 2 more forges after this one. Or ovens, rather. See, there's the bowl with the 26 damage on it already. I should have imped the ones that didn't come out at max creation quality. I'm gonna drag the garlic. You know, after each run, you have to sort of stretch your wrist. Give it a good shake. Because otherwise this could really cause an injury. I'm sure of it. Let's see this. Going down. And I forgot to keep up with the basil. I got to keep that basil going. You know, if you already have all the ingredients all ready to go, instead you could be doing other things like, you know, in fact, you could even be like improving something for skill gain or whatever it is you want to do. Okay, Valiance. Usually use blackmail. Oops, I mean hire one of my kids to fill the things for me. Yep, that works too. That works too. But you know, back in the old on the old server, I had paid I think it was 30 silver. I must say, it was like a lot of money. A lot of silver, and for that 30 silver, I got to arrive at somebody's setup. It was 10,000 pans. You know, and the way it was like priced, it was like 10 silver for the meat, 10 silver for the vegetables, and 10 silver for the filling. And it was the easier kind of filling, not this water business here. It was just like the flip, 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 flip kind of filling. And 10,000 actions all in. Well, I mean, it took a while to light the forges, I must say. How many is that? 10. It was 10 forges filled with. Is that right? 100 times 100 is 10,000, right? Yeah, so it was 100. Must have been 100 forges. So however long it took to fill 100 forges. Okay, let's see here. Coming to the end. I think this is the last little bit here. Okay. You know, on the next run, I kind of want to time the whole thing. Give it a good, like, realistic time. I think that's it. That's the last forge. And I'm done. So now it's just a matter of taking the... Where is it? Oh, it's here. Okay, yes. I'll put this one here. Bring this back up. And I will need 5 kindling. Oh, I started the basil. That's what happened. Okay, you know what? Let's get rid of that. Let's refresh. Oh, another thing I forgot to do. Let's just make sure I ate beverage food. Okay, good. I still have some beverage affinity. I kind of want to fill my food though a little bit. So I'm gonna have to do that. Let's drop this. What is weighing me down here? Why am I weighing 72? Couldn't even say. Is it the basil? Is all the chopped basil? Can't be. That's not very much weight. What is weighing me down? What do I have a lot of here? Okay, well, is it I'm climbing? Why am I climbing? That's what it is. Like, why am I walking so slow? Okay, I'm gonna fill up my food bars and my water bar. Let's just beef up my beverage making here. And then I have my filler. See these breakfasts? These ones here I made with a bunch of ingredients. It takes no time once you have the ingredients. It took time to chop all the ingredients. That's what it was. But filling the pans, no time whatsoever. All right, here we go. Too far away. All right, and then I'll light all the forges, and then I'll turn on the sleep bonus. It takes a little bit of time before the first tea gets made. I'm not gonna have to reopen everything and probably reposition myself as well. that. In my bags. I have the basil. And it's really close to being that I can just light it with one kindling and all the tea will be made. And every so often, like there might be one that doesn't get made. But aside from that, one. All right. Hey, senor. How are you today? All right. So here we go. It's going to start in under a minute, I'd say. So I'm going to wait for this round of basil to go. I'm going to start a next basil, then I'll turn on my sleep bonus, and I might waste at most a minute of sleep bonus here. Usually. Yeah. Although if you go Willow's route, then you can avoid that payment. Now, from the last couple rounds, the amount of beverage making that I got from each set was approximately two and a half or so. It might be less now. That's as my skill goes up. It might be less. So you got to see how you go about grinding beverages. Easily one of my least favorite skills. Okay, so yeah, here's how it is. I just finished filling all the pots with one chopped basil and the right amount of water. And you'll watch as not after I light the forges or the ovens and the tea's being made. I'm just gonna the skill's just gonna come in, and I'm gonna guess I'm gonna get over 2 skill from this round. 2.2 or something like that. We'll see how it goes. There's 1 skill already. See here. Oh, there's a whole conversation going on in Alliance. Okay, well, we'll leave that for another time. I'll have to catch up on that later. Yeah, so I made sure I have my beverage affinity and sleep bonus turned on, and the skill comes rolling in. Oh, we're not talking about, okay. Okay, so then maybe I'll catch up on it now. Let's see. I know that Ivy was gonna mine out the gold vein. Yep. Okay. I saw Dreamt. I was watching his stream. He's back, and I'm glad that he's back because I really enjoy watching him learn about the game. He's a fun streamer to watch. Let's see, where are we at? So we're almost about at 2. Yep, it just passed 2. Skill gain from that. And then I'm gonna need an empty barrel. Empty one. I have an empty one here. Okay, so let's drop that one. Oh no. Yeah, okay, I'll leave that one there. And then I'm gonna open up all the ovens again. And we'll expand, and we'll see. Okay, so you see how like there's a couple left still? There's a couple not quite there, so I'm gonna leave my sleep bonus on until we move this over here so I can have the button handy. There's a couple more getting popped right there. And then we'll empty them. So if it's the pottery bowl quality increases the speed, then sometimes it might be the lower quality ones that are causing the problem. But what I kind of want is 1 kindling lights the oven long enough that it cooks all the tea. And I'm finding I'm just on the cusp of that. There's usually a couple left over, maybe one or two. What I'll just do usually, what I've been doing is I've just left the stuff inside that bowl and for the next one. Right, and so I did that. I increased the oven quality. The problem is my masonry is not the greatest. So I was able to increase them to 40 or so, but that's about it. I'm gonna have to work on my masonry skill. I'm also using birch kindling. I thought that might help. But it looks like already the oven is getting cold. Oh, let me just do this first because I want my chopping going at the same time. Oh, I'm too far. And I'm gonna turn off my sleep bonus. Chop, chop, chop. Okay. Now I'm holding control. That allows you to select a whole bunch of items that you click on. And I'm just going to click the T. And then that way, I can drag all of them out at once into a barrel. And I'll leave that one that didn't cook in there. Where did my barrel go? Here. Then I'll pour it out. Okay. On the next round, I'm going to do another round. And then I'm going to do a full time. I'm going to just time the whole process. How much does it take to do one round? Ah. So I can ruin them. That's an interesting idea. That actually I could probably even hook that up right now. Let me think here. So stone items would need the stones, right? I'm trying to think. Crystals for the metal. And then there's the rock or the stone. Let's do that actually, because what is the skill for making the stone runes? Is it blacksmithing or mining? No. What is it? See, the other thing I really like is, and I guess it's a small thing. Oh, I'm gonna need to pour this on the ground. I like how the ovens are out. They're done now by the time I finished that. So the ovens are gonna fade out. I don't have to snuff them, but I guess I could snuff them. That doesn't take too much extra effort. Stone cutting. Okay, so I don't have the stone cutting skill for that. Let me see. What is my stone cutting skill? It's very bad. I have not focused on masonry at all. It's 22. Yeah, see, my masonry only 40. So I got these ovens up to 40 quality. Well, or 40. I'm too far away to examine it. Yeah, 41. Okay, I'm also going to need this open. Just there, okay. Yeah, then I won't be able to do that, I don't think. I do have the rift stones, but stone cutting is the bottleneck there. All right, and that's one round. Okay, so I'm gonna get the stopwatch ready then. Go. Back in with coffee. Perfect. All right. We're going to do one more round, this time timed. And then from there, I might do another round to put, or might not. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm going to try this time my best to keep the chopping going. Because I didn't really keep the chopping going very well that time. I wonder if I should include this filling part. Yeah, I think I'm going to include this filling part into the time. So let's not include the opening. So imagine I have this set up, and let's suppose I wanted to do this many times in a row. Okay, so like I already have the everything like set up and ready to go, and I'm just gonna like time how long it takes to do one full round. I'm gonna try to be as focused on it as possible while streaming, of course, and we'll see how it goes. So yeah, let's do it. Here we go. Three, two, one, go. Let's start the timer, and already. It's going to be a lot of like ways I can increase this efficiency, I'm sure. But this is just a realistic test. Okay, fill in the basil. Whoops. Mistake. We won't distract you at all. Yeah. Here we go. And if you do hear my son in the background, that's he's over there playing Dungeons and Dragons with his friends. One of their one of his friends' parent. Oh, I'm making so many mistakes. He has offered to do it to be the dungeon master for them. So that's kind of cute. Uh, I have lots of fond memories playing Dungeons and Dragons with my friends, and pretty soon, I'm sure they'll be old enough to be able to dungeon master their own adventure. You'll notice sometimes I'll swipe and it doesn't fill. Whoops. If you're paying close enough attention. And the reason why that happens is because of lag. I learned this a long time ago when panfilling. Because if you swipe too fast, you drag a basil across, put it into the bowl, but if you go back quickly enough, you can actually grab with your mouse the same basil you're about to put into the bowl by accident. Not by accident, but just by the fact that it takes a second for it to sort of catch up. Where am I? Here. So if you do grab the same basil that's about to get put into the bowl, it will not. Whoops, put two in there. I wonder what would happen if I actually had two basils in one. Would it turn into a tea? Forgot to hit the bait that. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oops. I'll have to double check. It's very possible that if I put 2 basils into one, it might require more water to the point where it'll mess up everything. But if it didn't, okay, so that was 3 minutes 50 seconds to put in all the basil. Now for the water. I want to rearrange. There we go. And I need to put the water in the barrel. Okay, there we go. And now for this part, for which I'm going to make this smaller. There we go. Can you guys, I wonder, can you guys hear my son? Is he there? They're trying to work out how to get themselves out of jail. You can't? Okay. That's good. I do have a... I am using the NVIDIA broadcast software, which does its best job at trying to filter out anything that's not a voice. And if the voice is faint, I think it tries to filter that out as well. So my hope is that all you can hear is my voice. I'm sure it'll miss something or other, especially if he yells or screeches or something. You know, 3.5 minutes for 250. Not 3.5. It was 4 minutes, about 3 minutes 50 seconds for 200 and I think it's 35 pots. So I'm just trying to think here. If I did want to do a hot food cooking grind, because I could sort of convert this into a hot food cooking grind, making breakfasts. So let's see. I could probably do a whole round of this, filling and emptying, filling, burning, and emptying in like 10-ish minutes or so. That's not bad. But I'm gonna guess that a full filling and emptying of the tea making is gonna be something like 20 minutes. Like double the time. We'll see. It might be longer. Let's see if I can beat it. Beat a 20-minute timer. I remember priding myself on I had 1,000 pan setup. And I could fill them all in 10 minutes. Give or take a minute. Depended on how focused I was. Problem is the emptying also takes 10 minutes. And the burning takes whatever it is, 5 minutes or so. Just double check this. Whoops, was that the last one? No. Okay, I'll have to go through each oven to see which one did I do. I've only done 2. I'll have to catch up. I'll fill up these and then I'll catch up with chat. So this is the 3rd one. There's 2 more after that. I get the water? I didn't even grab the water. All right, here we go. Missed one. I have this feeling I missed one here. I have to go look through it carefully. It's hard to look through it and do the filling at the same time, so I'm going to do the looking through at the end. Maybe I'll show a round of... I don't have all the materials right here. I'll have to go and gather the materials, but maybe I'll show a round of like making breakfast, let's say. And I'm kind of curious to know how that works in terms of skill gain. Can I just use the same setup here for breakfasts and get skill gain? Okay, looks like I didn't miss any. Okay, good. So keep going. 2 more ovens. Oh, I gotta get more water. I actually didn't need more water. I just saw the wrong thing. And if anybody's just tuning in right now and is wondering, what in the heck am I doing? I am making tea. Lots of it, all at once, so that I can gain beverage making skill. And the hard part is filling up all the pans with the right ingredients, with the right amount of stuff. And I'm still feeling like this part here, the water filling part, is not as efficient as I'd like it to be. And maybe there'll be somebody here who's smarter than me, who can think of a more efficient way of filling water, and at precisely the right amount of water. I need exactly 0.34, or anywhere between 0.32 and 0.4, what was it, 7 or something like that. Unfortunately, like, it would be even a little bit easier if it was exactly 0.5. I just thought of something. But I'm going to test it right after I finish this. I don't want it to mess up my time here. Because at the same time, I'm timing this to see how long this whole process takes. But I thought of a way that might be just a little bit faster right now. Okay, this is the last oven. Okay, once I finish this oven, I'll catch up with chat, and I'll test out my new way, which may or may not work. See, it'll only work if there is a keybind for fill. Is there a keybind for fill? Because it will then reduce one drag action. One drag, and it'll turn into a hotkey instead. I'll have to check to see if there's a keybind for fill. Okay, we're coming down to the end of it. I also just thought of something else that might speed it up a little bit, and I can probably do it right after this. No, it's going to take too long. It won't speed it up. But if I had it prepared, it might. Which is, if I have the kindling in my inventory ready to go, right now I could start firing up the forges before this is all done. And that way the tea can start cooking. Right as I get to the end of this. Okay, did I miss anything here? Okay. So I have to open this up, grab the kindling, activate my... Ooh, okay. You keep wanting to tell him to blink. Okay, let's see here. Antierg's here. Your wrist hurts just from watching this. Wurm destroying people's wrists since 2005. Oh my goodness, I missed a lot. Okay. Yep, they do grow up too fast. Man. So it sounds like when it's throwing down with rain and water is constantly going down the drain pipe into the drain. I know, the sound is a little bit repetitive for sure. All right. School just started up, so house to yourself during the day again. Right. School starts like early for you guys in the States. In some states, anyway. Yeah, that's nice. So just join. What's the jug capacity set to? So it's set to 0.5 or 500 mils. And I have 6 garlic in here that makes it so that when the water goes in, it's exactly 0.34. Okay, turning on the sleep bonus before I forget. Wurm makes my hand cramp sometimes. This is Exhibit A, yeah. Yep. We don't do easy in Wurm, that's for sure. You don't see a hotkey for a fill. That's unfortunate. Garlic hacks, yep. So water jug drove me to quit beverages. I know, it's like... I wish that we could just set the measuring jug to whatever we want. Just notice the time where I hit the 15-minute mark. And the beverages is just going to start right now. There it is. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to be... I got 2.2 or 2.1 in the first round, so I'm going to get another 2 skill probably here. It'll go up to 4. And all the while, I'm still chopping my vegetables. If you put 2 basil and 0.5 water, does it make a bigger tea? Okay, so after this round, let's do a couple tests. Yeah, it's possible. Although it's not going to increase speed any. It just means I won't have the potential to accidentally put the garlic instead of the water. I'm still going to have to drag the water from the measuring jug. And then drag the water into the bowl. And that's unfortunate. Honestly, if there was a fill... Let's test this here. Oh. Fill. Let's just try to make it... I'll just put it on period. Nope. There is no keybind for fill. That's unfortunate. Okay, so I'm at 3.5. There's still a few in here that aren't converted. Let's get this all ready to go. The last round, only one didn't make. Everything else made. So I'm just going to wait a little bit longer. It looks like I got a little bit less skill this time than I expected. Oh, it's popping. It's popping a little bit more. Maybe there's a few more coming. I was expecting this to be above 4. Maybe 4.1 or something. Instead of 3.75. All right, let's put this water back, and I'm going to start emptying, but I'll leave it a bit more. How did I level carpentry without high wood cutting? Did someone else provide the wood for me? Yes. Brian, my brother, he had gotten his wood cutting to 60 before he stopped playing. Well, he hasn't stopped playing, but he's just not playing right now. And so I've just been using his 60 quality wood. The ground. It's very possible that's not going to cook. Okay, it's 3.82. Yeah, I think I'm just going to turn off my sleep bonus now. But I could probably push it to 70. My fine carpentry anyway to 70. With 60 quality wood. But probably not much past that. Maybe low 70s, right? But I will be needing wood for sure. All right, this part, it looks like I'm going to be a little bit above 20 minutes for one round. So I got 1 minute left, and I don't think I'm going to finish emptying all these in 1 minute. All right, and after I finish this round, we'll take a break. We'll do something else briefly. We'll play with these. I kind of want to try a breakfast round just to see what that looks like. Yeah, I'm approaching the 20-minute mark. That. This is the last one? It looks like the last one. And it looks like every other one made. Or on the ground, and that's the last one. Stop. Okay, 20 minutes, 35 seconds it took to do one round. Okay, let's catch up with you guys. What about having many measuring jugs? Yes, this was Catspur's idea. She had asked this earlier, and it's possible. It's possible if you have many measuring jugs, but you're still going to need to drag the water into each measuring jug. And then drag the water from each measuring jug into the bowl. So I'm not... You're right, it might reduce the risk stress of going down and to the side, over and over again, but it would require a bit more setup. And I'm also trying to think, I wonder, you might need another container, like, you know, have the measuring jugs in the forge, right? And the other thing that's a problem with it is that you're going to still have that same problem where the water is coming across and then you're going to have to bring it down, come across and bring it down. The reason why the basil filling goes so quickly is because you can expand the basil so it fills a massive, like, there's just basil. No matter where you click in this, you know, there's basil. So, you know, you have the pottery bowl open, and anywhere I click in this one, I don't have to worry about where I'm clicking. The problem with water is that the water is just going to be in this spot right here. So I'm gonna have to go like across, and then I'm gonna have to bring this down and across. It's still going to be a little bit slower, I think, doing that. So it's not gonna speed that part up. But it might be a little bit faster. It's hard to say. So having multiple jugs just increases the distance you have to drag the water. Yeah, it'll be dragging the water from the barrel to the measuring jugs, and then from the measuring jugs into the pottery. So I have a feeling that might actually not take shorter. You can level carpentry. Oh, button loose. Thanks for the follow. So you can level carpentry to around 60 with 1 quality logs, to be honest. Are you sure about that? Because you're not imping anything with 1 quality logs. Nick Tomorrow! Thank you for that Prime sub. Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. So bun loose. Hello. So you can make tea from basil. I didn't know. No need to farm chamomile then. Yes, that's true. In fact, any herb, or it's not, it's camellia. That's what it is. But any herb um, will make a tea. Yeah, just make a one by one house, destroy it, rebuild, etc. It goes up pretty fast. Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, carpentry is nice to have. I'm mostly focused on fine carpentry. I want my fine carpentry to go up, um, so that I can be self-sufficient in terms of improving my rope tools for making the cordage rope that I make for my priest to sacrifice for favor. So yeah, it's a little bit much there. Ah, you saw me in GL Freedom. Nice. Yeah, you're talking about Bun Bun. Bun. Yeah. You promise you always try to make sure you don't try to be her. Also, now maybe I remember when there's another worm stream going. There's like quite a few people streaming worm now, which is really nice to see. Oh, you're 100%. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, so that's the make the one by one house. Okay. So that's nice to know. My method for fine carpentry is to improve medium fishing reels. And the reason why I chose medium fishing reels was because they're the smallest weight. So I can use a single log, and then I'll enchant the log with Circle of Cunning, and then that log will last forever. Like, I think I've used half the log, and I went from like literally 10 fine carpentry up to 60, and I've only used half the log. Um, the problem is the log's only 50 something quality. I do have a bin of 60s, maybe 61 quality logs or something like that. So I might make myself another log, use that to improve all the fishing rods up to 60. But honestly, you really only need to improve up to, you know, 5 to 10 below your skill. So like currently I'll improve the reels up to just over 50, and then I'll burn them down to 30 and then improve them up to 50 again. And that's a good gives you good skill gain there. Most of them are on the wrong cluster though. I mean, even you are, but you get a pass. So I'm guessing you're talking to Bun Loose, and you're talking about the SFI being the wrong cluster. Yeah, Cats keeps talking about you guys. So now that I'm reminded, maybe I'll get more worm streaming action. And yes, Bun Bun, or how many n's there are, I'm not sure. Her deed's on Delhi, just out of the local range from our deed. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, she also played on the new server for a bit, but I know she got really busy recently, so she might have gone back to the original. She was trying to do both, play on both servers. So Valiance, you do a rope tool, then you burn it in a forge to low re-imp it, hope to get a rare one day. Yeah. Yep. Oh, and you're talking about them worm streamers. I see. Oh, we're on the wrong cluster. I see what you're saying. Wrong cluster being the new cluster. Well, I've actually had been having such a good time on the new cluster. Yeah, honestly, such a good time. I have, my high level characters on the old cluster, but I honestly have no desire to go back there. And already some of my skills are higher on this tune than on my older tune. I mean, I never got my fine carpentry up to this high on the other guy. And that was because Brian always had the fine carpentry skill. I, I'm pretty sure his fine carpentry is 99. Um, and so I never needed it. So now I need it. So I'm motivated to go grind it. Yeah. Okay, so let's I kind of want to try. I don't want it to be too much of a big deal, but I kind of want to try a set of breakfasts on this setup here. So I got to decide. I think it'll just be a meat. I want the difficulty to be something matching my skill. So let me see. What is my hot foods cooking skill? Let's see. My hot food cooking is 52. So I kind of want the difficulty to be something like 40 or 35 or something like that. Um, so I'm gonna just let me see what happened to the cart. There was a cart here. I moved it over here. Okay, so let's try this. I only have 235 pans. I'm only going to do one round, and I'm going to just use these two bins. I'll 300 of each. That's all I'll need. And we'll do one meat, one veggie in a pottery bowl, and we'll see what the oh, Xander's here. Just gonna pray with him. Okay, and I already have some fillets. Do I have diced meat? Let's see if I did. I spend some time dicing meat. Yes, I did. There, perfect. So I'll use this horse meat here. Okay, that's into there. And then I don't have any chopped veggies, I bet. No, chopped. Not enough, right? I have 4 chopped cabbages. Um, okay, what do I have the most of? Let's see. I need something with 300 or so or more. Hmm. You read, but it was best when it was 10 over skill? Okay, we can double check that. 99 point coverage drools, yeah. I know. And still getting a rope tool to 90 is pain in the butt. Hey Riot House, how's it going? So you're grinding fine carpentry right now. You need 60 carpentry as well as a large crate, so it works out well. Totally does. Yeah, carpentry goes up nicely with fine carpentry. What's the hotkey to get past how many transfer window? What's the hotkey? Oh, okay. I'll explain how to do that. But yeah, the short answer is you hold enter. That way, when you transfer, the enter button is already down, so it like hits the enter button for you. Um, maybe I'll just do an herb, meat and an herb. I'll have to double check because I don't think I have enough vegetables, and I do have some more veggies over here that are higher quality veggies, but I don't want to use them all up. I want to keep these higher quality veggies. I don't even have one that has a big stack of. I have 300 cucumbers, for example, but I don't want to use them all up. So I might just use an herb and see how it goes. We have lots of herbs thanks to Willow here. Hey Joshua. Welcome, welcome. Are we getting drinks? Well, I just finished 2 rounds of beverage making, of tea making. I am now trying to figure out what it would look like to do a hot food cooking round. And then I'll probably do another beverage making round. And we'll see like the comparison because I'm pretty certain the hot food cooking grind will go a lot quicker, a lot smoother. I just want to see the comparison. But I'm currently looking for something to make with the meat. And I'm leaning now towards an herb because I don't have enough of a veggie. I've been really focusing mostly all my veggies on all my farming on Wemp for the cordage rope and not vegetables. And the other bulk storage bin or the other food storage bin outside has a lot more herbs. So I think all the ones in here are pretty, what's it, expendable. Let me see here. There's just not enough mint. Okay, maybe I'll do oregano. Okay, let's do the oregano. All right. And pottery bowls. I have the chopped basil in here. Okay. So let's put the chopped basil in here. I'm gonna need a few more. So I'm gonna need enough to carry 300 of each. So 300 meat and 300 veggies. So I'll take a couple more pottery bowls. 1, 2. Oh, they don't fit. Okay, I'm just gonna put them up here then. So okay, that's good. Ah, seeing a pattern here. Seeing some familiar names in chat, even with my lack of short-term memory. Yep. Wormaholics here only. Yeah, I thought it would pass, but it's only getting worse. I know, totally. This game has me hooked too. I mean, it's had me hooked for so many years. I can't, you know, can't even remember. Okay, so here we go. Let's try this out. Um, how much am I gonna weigh if I carry all this stuff? Okay, good. 100 meat fit into a pottery bowl, and no doubt the oregano will fit. And I'm not gonna go about. I'm not about to go chop them. We'll just see what happens. Okay, and I'll show that process again of how do I put two items. Right. It's the water that's weighing me down mostly. Let's just drop that. Oh no, it's the meat. It's the meat is weighing me down. Currently over 1,000 days of upkeep. Yeah, well, you're committed now. Yeah, it is scary how addictive it is. Totally. I mean, for me, the addictive part is watching the numbers go up. That's the most addictive part, anyway. All right. So let me see how this goes. Okay, so um, I'm gonna just open these up small like this. Let's. Oh, the basil tea actually did finally make. So let's put that in here and pour it. Empty it out. All right. So you guys ready for this? Now you can do this with more than 2 ingredients. Um, yeah, you can do this with more than 2 ingredients. I'm gonna do it with just 2. I'm gonna use the control button. So currently I'm highlighted on the dice meat up here. And I'm gonna use the control button. So you see how control changes it to a hand. When I click on the oregano, it highlights both the dice meat and the oregano. Okay, so now they're selected. Oh, and before you even start, because it's not by default, I don't think, this way, but you have to go to your settings and in the game tab, scroll down to this section here, enable shift drag in GUI. That has to be checked. I think that's checked by default, but the default shift drag value, if I'm not mistaken, at first is 10. So you got to switch that to 1. Okay, and what that's going to do is it's going to make it so that when I drag the item over to the pottery bowl while holding shift, it'll only drag 1 instead of the 100. Okay, so make sure that is selected there. Okay, it's in the Games tab under the Settings. Just make sure that this is set to 1 and this is checkmarked. Oh, you didn't know that? Didn't know that, Josh. Okay, good. So you're gonna learn something here. This is amazing. It'll change your life if you ever do pan filling. Let me just read what you guys are saying here. You realized your favorite Aussie's been playing on Delhi since there was 20 Ds there. Interesting. Wurm bucket list for you is to get Perigy's corpse and heart, of course. Okay, so stop going to Implank arenas. Check. Yeah, I know. And Joshua, I also like watching streams for that exact same reason because you always learn something. Okay, so once that is set, okay, you control will switch to a hand, and you click and select the two or 3 or 15. It doesn't matter how many ingredients. You'll just have a pottery bowl for each ingredient, and you highlight the main stack. Okay. Once the main stacks are highlighted, you can click the plus button. So you'll notice by clicking there, it doesn't unhighlight the other stack. Okay, so you open up one. Okay, so now here's the tricky part. Now I'm not sure if this is true, but I always hold control here. I don't know if you have to, but it works while holding control. Okay, so I'm going to hold control. I'm now also going to hold shift, and I'm also going to hold enter. Okay, so I'm using the right side of my keyboard because those 3 buttons are right on top of each other. So I'm just using, my 3 fingers, control, shift, enter, and I place them down in that order. I'm not sure if there's another order that works. That's just the way I've done it always. Okay, so you'll notice the oregano still highlighted along with the diced meat at the top here. Okay, I'm going to make sure that this window is just as big as the pottery bowls are. Okay, and now the first one might. Oh, did you see that window pop up? I don't know if you saw that. Okay, I'll do it again. I'll click. I'm just going to drag over, and the window pops up. But because I'm holding enter, the window pops up but then gets dismissed. Okay, and inside the pottery bowl is one diced meat and 1 oregano. Okay, so once you have that all set up, then watch how quickly it goes. Voila, all done. I just filled 47 pottery bowls with 1 meat, 1 oregano, and you do that for however many ovens that you have. Now, normally what I've done in the past was I used forges. That increases the difficulty by 15. And then I use frying pans. Okay, and that's going to make a meal instead of a breakfast. Because a forge can hold 100 frying pans. Right? And then if you have 10 forges, each with 100 frying pans, that's 1,000 pans. And it's like that quick to fill up each set. So you can fill them up in like 10 minutes or so, light it all up, get the gains for 1,000 actions, and then it's the emptying that's kind of the sad part because you've already gotten the gains and you still have to go through all the body rolls and empty them all out. But that's that. Okay, so let's do the other ones. Control Shift drag. Yeah. Okay. So now this one's gonna get a little bit annoying at the end. You're gonna see why. Because as the meat comes up and I'm going down, right? It's gonna get a little annoying. I like having the meat right to the right. But you see how here I'm gonna have to drag down? I don't like that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shorten this down and bring this down here. You can go much faster when it's just to the side. I'm just going to fill up the last little bits like that. Just going to make sure I have 85 in all of them. Good. One has 85. And then I'm going to just move to the next one. Fill these all up. And this swiping business, this takes practice, but after a bit of practice, you'll get the hang of it. You got to really keep your eye. I do it in this direction for a very good reason, because my eye is on the numbers. You can see exactly that it's been filled up when your eye is on the numbers. And also, I like swiping to the left. It's just a little bit smoother for me. Let's make sure all that's filled. Next one. I'm going to bring this into here and this into here. Yeah, and as I said before, this can be done with multiple ingredients. If you have the ingredients to spare, it just see if I can do something here. Whoops. What did I do? I pulled an oregano into here. Okay, I'm just gonna use this bit here. Whoops. See, it didn't clear that message there, but it inserted it just fine. There we go. Make sure all these are filled. And then the last one. Yeah. And this has been in the game since ever. Since forever. This is what panfilling has always looked like. Even before the cooking update that happened in 2015. It's just that you would be using frying pans instead of pottery bowls. Although I guess pottery bowls would have worked. I think that's it. I think I filled it all, right? Yep, that was the last one. 39.5, yeah. 3, 4, just double checking that I got each one. And let's light it up and let's see the gains. Now this, oh, one thing I forgot. I wanted to see what the difficulty was as well. Only 25. Okay, so this is not ideal. I would, if I was doing this seriously, like I really wanted to like get my gains the best, I would have probably used another ingredient. I just don't want to waste my ingredients. It takes preparation, right? To get all the materials. You need all the meat, you need all the veggies or whatever it is, and you have to do a lot of gathering of that. And I haven't done that for hot food cooking specifically, and I've only just started the gathering. You know, I was lucky that Willow here had spent a lot of time at the beginning collecting a lot of herbs, and so I have all these herbs here that are not being used for anything. So figured it's about time to use them. Hey, Duxie. Whoa. Yep. Hopefully, this helps people. But let's see what happens with my gains. I'm not expecting too much here. But let's. Did I not have hot food cooking on this bar? No. Let me save this bar because if I don't, I probably am going to lose something. Let's open up a new skill tracker and let's track hot food cooking. Actually, let's make a cooking one. So cooking, let's put a beverage making on here. Um, let's put hot food cooking. All, of course. And as I need more, and of course I have to save it. Save it. Quite annoying to save it, but that's what it is. And let's light it up. Let's see. Still some skill needed. Need to have very good mouse control. I do the same like this, just one ingredient at a time. This way you can actually get all ingredients in one go. That's like 2 to 4 wrist actions less per. Yeah, I know. Totally. Totally. Yeah, I used to do the same. Like I used to like fill in one ingredient, then go back and do the other ingredient, and then I learned this, and I was like, wow, so much faster. So this is why you have 38 hot foods cooking skill after 13 years. Yeah. So Robin Man, you just got in, missed how you filled them. Will they do it again? Sure. Totally. And that's not as nice if it's a joke. Change the tracker name to cooking. Yes, I should do that. Yes, very much well. Okay, so let's see here. Skill tracker options. Cooking. And then I don't know if I have to save it again, but I'll save it again. Okay, let's turn on my sleep bonus. Just give it a second. Although I'm saving a lot of sleep bonus here by doing this. We've done 2 rounds of beverages, and now we've done a round of hot food. 2 rounds of beverages took, what, 6 minutes off my sleep bonus? Like, can't beat that. You honestly can't beat it. Really, the reason why you do this is not to save time, because it actually doesn't save all that much time to do it this way. Well, I mean, the extra ingredient, that saves time. But it's to save the sleep bonus. It's to get all this skill with sleep bonus on, and you're only using minutes off your sleep bonus. That's a big deal. Okay, here comes the cooking gains. Wow, actually, the cooking gains are big. Look at them. They're 2.02. Wow, that's like the same as what I was getting with beverages, and my beverages is only 37. Like, look at that. Boy, that's really nice. That's really nice. Look at that. Almost got... It's going to be over 1 for sure. It's passing 1 now. I wonder if I get to 2 at this rate. I get 2 hot food cooking skill with just a round at 50 skill. And if you have the setup, you have all the materials all ready to go. This doesn't take all that long. It really doesn't. Now, I always find the emptying kind of annoying because with meals particularly, with the tea you can just pour it on the ground, but with the meals, it's like, what do you do with all these meals? Whoops, let's see what we got here. We got a 26. Okay, yeah. So the quality is low, but that's good because every time the meal comes out at under 40, you know, between 1 and 40, then you get a skill tick. Look, I'm getting a skill tick almost every single one. Look at that. So I don't know about the was it you bundlers who were saying that you want the difficulty of the meal to be 10 above your skill? I feel like this was a sweet spot. Look, every single one is below 40. So it wasn't too easy. I wonder if that has a lot to do with the ingredients, though. But I got 2.21 skill there. And I'm just going to turn that off because... Oh, still got another pop. Another one. It's like popcorn. You know, the last few kernels? Yeah, see, there's still a couple in here that haven't gone yet. There, another one. What do I do with the meals? Exactly. That's... Yeah, some of them you use, the rest you feed with the pigs. Yeah, I actually don't use any of these meals because they're they're not. I make special breakfasts for myself to fill, and it takes no effort to make those breakfasts. So these ones are lower quality, take a lot longer to fill the bar, and don't give you a good CFP for sure. So I don't use these ones. These ones are just going to go in the garbage. And honestly, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with them for now. It's kind of annoying to have to deal with them. Back in the day, what I would have is I'd have a cart on the side here, and the cart would have, you know, a bunch of, what do you call it? Small rafts, and each small raft would have 10 backpacks, and I would literally empty the breakfast into the backpacks. Right, I would do 1,000 at a time, and so you need enough space for 1,000. So you need 10 backpacks at least to get rid of 1,000. If you're doing multiple rounds of this, you'll need many of those. So I would use a large cart. I would have 7 rafts. Each raft would have 10 backpacks, so I could do 7 rounds, and then the breakfast would just sit there and rot. I mean, there was a time when I did keep pigs, and I did feed them to the pigs, but I stopped keeping pigs after a while because they were just super annoying. A bunch of people holding their hands up for food. Well, Valiance, if you want some of this food, honestly, you can come. You're free to have it. I just have no need for it, other than this skill that I just got there. That was a big up amount of skill. I was not expecting that amount of skill, honestly. That was a good amount of skill. Over half those meals gave me skill, if I am estimating that correctly, because each one was giving me 0.02, and that means that over 100 of them gave me skill, and there's just over 200 bowls. Just over 200, like 230 bowls. So 100 and some odd of them, 110 or 115 of them gave me skill. So that was actually pretty in a good spot. Might not have been the perfect spot, but you're not going to get much better than that. So let's empty these, and then for the sake of, who was it? Robin Man, you still here? I'm gonna show it one more time. I'm not gonna do the whole thing again because I don't want to do another round of breakfasts. I'm gonna go back to tea, but I'll show you how I did it. Okay, good, you're here. But I have to empty these first. And you guys are going to probably cringe at this, but I'm just going to throw them on the ground. Do they fit into the pottery bowl? Yep. You know what? I'll just put the pottery bowl in here. I have extra pottery bowls right now. And let me see. I'll consolidate these. I'm going to put those back in the wagon or the cart. And then I'll put... That's all I need. Okay. Whoops. That should close. Next one should open. Oh, I emptied that one? Okay, good. Emptied the second one. Okay, and what I'm doing here is I'm just holding control. And I'm just clicking on each of the breakfasts. That highlights each one. Whoops. Do you guys see that? I don't know what happened there. But all of the ones I had highlighted just became invisible. But watch what happens. If I... they all just... Oh, I see what happened. See, this happened to me a couple times before, and I'm like, what just happened? But what happened was I accidentally, instead of clicking, I dragged it like that. I dragged it, unfortunately. And that pulled all... Not unfortunately, just annoyingly. It just pulled it all into one pottery bowl. Okay, phew. That explains what just happened there. If you're going too fast, you accidentally can drag it into the next bowl, and all of them just pop over. See, that happened with the tea, but it was harder to see with the tea. Yeah, keeping pigs is a drag. I don't do it. I only take a few now and then and feed the garbage if I'm doing something, giving too much poor meat for cooking waste. Okay, yeah. I know. Pigs are just annoying. And Valiance, you're good for the... You're good? Okay. No worries. But honestly, Valiant, if you're looking for if you're interested in any particular affinity food, I could probably hook you up with that. If you're like if you're about to set yourself on a grind of some kind, let me know, okay? And I'll hook you up with stuff to get you more efficiency out of that. Did I do the fourth, or was that just the third? No. Yeah, you're welcome. And this claims what I said, but I don't know if it's correct. When I started, I only had Google. Okay, I'll look at that in just a second. And I also will look up, there's a thread on the forums that I consistently consult whenever I'm going to grind something. It's Oblivion Reaver's grinding everything post. And he tends to have really good advice in there. Okay. So I'm going to do what I said I was going to do, which is I'm going to explain again how you can fill the pans like I did. And Robinman, you ready for it? Oh, what happened? Is it that? Oh, I see. Only 72 breakfast fit. Got it. Okay, I'll put the rest there. Okay, good. Okay, so here it is. You'll need in your inventory, and it only works if it's in your inventory. You'll need your ingredients. Okay, so like you take. I'm using pottery bowls, but you can use anything, backpacks or whatever it is. And you put your ingredients in here. I started out with 300 of each, approximately, and I just had 3 pottery bowls of 100 meat each, 3 pottery bowls of 100 oregano each. In the settings, you're going to need to, under the games tab, you're going to need to make sure down here near the bottom that the enable shift drag and GUI is checked. I think that's checked by default, but the default shift drag value I think starts out at 10. And you need to change that to 1. Whoa, it can go to negatives. What the who now? Okay. Ah, it needs to be 1. Save. Okay. So make sure that that's 1, and make sure that the enable shift drag and GUI is checked. Okay. And close. Okay. Once that is set, then what that does is it makes it so that if I see this 65 oregano, if I hold shift and I drag from the 65 oregano, normally if I'm not holding shift, all 65 will go in the pottery bowl. But because the shift drag is enabled, only 1 should go. Okay, now you see how it brings up this pop-up, moving items? So that's the shift drag, and it has 1. That's the default that we set. If you have set that to 10, or if it's set to 10, then it'll move 10. Okay, but then you just hit enter, right? And that'll clear that, and 1 will go over. Okay, so that's how that system is supposed to work. The way we can exploit that system, I shouldn't use the word exploit. The way that we can use that to our advantage is we can hold down shift and enter at the same time. And now I know why we have to also hold control. Okay, so I'm going to hold control now. Control will allow me to, like, it switches it to a hand. I can now click on the horse meat as well. So you'll notice the oregano and the horse meat are both highlighted. Okay. If I let go of control, what's going to happen is the moment I hit I select the oregano, it's going to deselect the meat. Okay, so you need to hold control. You then need to hold shift, and then you need to hold enter. The enter is going to check that box that comes up and make it immediately go away. And the shift is allowing me to shift drag, and the control is making sure that I'm holding onto all of the ingredients. And you could do this with more than 2 ingredients. You can have, I did this with 15 ingredients. I had 15 pottery bowls, 15 different ingredients, and I just selected all 15 like this. Then when you come over here and I grab one of these oreganos, I'm still holding Control, Shift, and Enter. I grab one oregano and bring it over, and it'll take 1 diced meat and 1 oregano. Okay. And then, okay, you see that? So hold on one second. I'm just going to close all these for a second. Okay. So by resetting the window, it makes it so that the pottery bowl won't open. Okay. So that way it allows you to shift drag quickly. And you can fill up a ton of pottery bowls like this. Yeah. You don't want to have these open every single time you drag it in. So you reset the thing. Okay, now to empty these because I don't want these ones in here. But yeah, play around with it. It's just select them all. It can really help hot food cooking go up real quick. Another thing that people use this for, aside from hot food cooking, is characteristics gains. Because if you look through my skill window here, oh, actually, I'll just keep that like this. Close this. Let's like as I'm getting hot food cooking, look what else I'm getting. I'm getting soul depth, and I'm getting where is it? Mind logic. I'm getting mind logic. Okay, so a lot of people like mind logic, right? Because that gives you more. What is it called? More actions in your queue, right? I just got my 5th action in my queue because my mind logic got to 40, and if I do this enough, I could get to 50 quite quickly. Yeah, it is pretty sweet mind logic. It goes up pretty quickly, especially if instead of so I'm doing it with ovens and 47 bowls, but if you did this with forges along with 100 pans and you do 10 forges, so that's 1,000 pans each run. Each time you do this, you're going to get 4 times the amount that I just got there. Right? If I did this with 1,000, because right now I only have 235 bowls. If you do this with 1,000, instead of getting 2.38, I would have gotten like 8 skill right there. Yeah, and the mind logic would have gone through the roof too. So yeah. All right, let's go back. Let's put the oregano back. Oh, let's just double check what the oregano in here is. 37. Okay, what did I do with the wagon, with the cart? Let's put these back. We're here. We'll do another beverage round. My beverage is 37. Just want to make sure that. Oh, Ronin Crisis, how's it going? Thanks for that follow. Okay, so when did I get my faith increase? Yes, I can do it again. And Ronin, you also stream Wurm. I've watched you a few times. I'm on my factional fight account right now, but you've probably seen me and know me as Griffith. Griffith is my avatar. All right. So you're again, and for anybody else who just joined in, we are doing a beverage making grind. I just took a detour there to show people how to do hot food cooking, which is most people are more interested in hot food cooking. So I thought I'd show that and share my knowledge about that. But I am mostly trying to focus on doing tea making. So I'll go back to that. I'll show you what I was doing here. So I have this oil barrel right here. I actually kind of want to fill that up, so let's do that now. I don't know if this. I have this fountain up here, and I'm not sure how fast it fills up. I really don't know how long it takes to fill up. But oh, it's filled up again, so I'm just going to drag in more water into my oil barrel there. And it's positioned in a way that I can put water from the fountain into the oil barrel. Look how much water it can hold. Oh, it's like more than it can even show. 2,250 liters of water there from that fountain. And then from where I'm standing, I can reach everything. I can reach the water. I can reach my food storage bin. I can reach all the ovens. Okay, and let's take the basil now. All right, so here we're gonna show you guys how this goes. So the basil, and I'm going to let's just do the basil first. This time I timed myself. The whole round took 20 minutes when I was focused really hard on it. 20 minutes, 35 seconds. I'll probably do this a little bit more leisurely though, while I chat with you guys. So Valiance, what he's not telling you is you also need rubber wrists to do it at the speed he does. Yeah, it is true that you need it's practice really is what it is. So I have the 5 ovens all set up here. Let's just open all 5 ovens. That saves me time to do that. And I'm just gonna put 1 basil in each. And here's the rubber wrists that Valiance is talking about. You just grab the basil. It makes it so much easier when the basil's all expanded like that. Whoops. Sometimes I accidentally put 2 in 1, but that's okay. Fix that. Oh, a little bit of lag there. That's okay. Keep going. Fill it all up. Okay, so there's 1 oven all full. I missed one, I think. Yeah, there it is. And I see the bottom of the bowl, the basil come in, so I'm going to just scroll down. 2 in 1. Oh, put 3 in 1. Okay. It's easily fixed. Missed that one. Yeah, I missed one. Yeah. Don't worry. I'll always go back and find the ones that I missed before I close it. It's a lot of water. I know. It is. It's really good. But can I touch my toes? I can touch my toes. I've never heard of panfilling until I visited Green Bay. Now this all makes sense. Yep. This is panfilling 101 right here. And Ronan, it might at first take you that much time, but it's with practice. You got to remember, I was doing this. I was doing this in probably 2014, and I probably spent the whole year doing this. I got my priest's soul depth because back then we all thought soul depth had something to do with casting, but it turned out it didn't. But back then I was so hell bent on getting my soul depth up on my priest, and I think I got soul depth up to I want to say 55 or 56 or something in that range, which was all done through this pan filling. Not to mention, hot food cooking was like a bonus. Her hot food cooking is 99.7 or something like that now. And I would even go as far as saying that this setup I have here is like a miniature setup. I have 235 bowls, which is small. My setup back then in 2014 was 1,000 pans, and I expanded that to 1,200. I found though after 1,200 I was like done, you know, like after filling 1,200 pans, I was ready to just I might do 2 rounds of 1200, maybe 3 rounds sometimes, but I couldn't really do too much more than that. But as I said earlier, there was this group of people who set up 10,000 pans, a 10,000 pan setup, and they would, you know, fill up those pans for service. People would pay tons of money to just show up, light all the forges, and get all the skill gain for it. Um, Wait, I didn't finish, did I? Yes, yes, yes. Right, and I timed myself on just the basil, just filling the basil, and it was just under 4 minutes. Oh, and what I'm not doing right now is I'm not chopping basil. I'm not chopping basil, so I should be doing that. Let's do that. Let's chop basil while I put the water in. Okay, and then one of these has water in it. Yep. Hmm. How do I how do I do this? I think I just need to put this in here. No, that didn't work. I know. I'll pour the water out. I'll put this in here, and then I'll bring this out. Okay, good, because I want the measuring jug below. Do I want the measuring jug below? You know what? Let's try with the measuring jug above. I haven't tried that. I haven't tried that. Okay, I gotta rearrange the order of this. Okay. I haven't tried with the measuring jug above. I don't think this is gonna go as well though. If I go up and across. Okay, well, we'll try it. Let's see. So, on a totally different note, wife's doing archaeology. She Googled for Wurm archaeology to see if she could find recommendations to where to find shards. By chance, she came to a factional fight video where you tried to find your old deed on Delhi. Not seen it yet, but she was like, I know that area. That's us. So you're also on Delhi? You're in that area? Yeah, I remember that video. That video, that was a great adventure. Going back to our old stomping ground way back in the day, and doing the archaeology to get the tokens. That was great fun. Yeah, with concentration, totally running. Like you totally have to be totally focused on it. Okay, did I still miss one, or did I end up going back for it? I'll look and I'll see it as I'll catch it. I'm sure. So Perigi, you mean at this point you can go anywhere in the wilderness on any server and arc, and it'll most likely be some deed rune. Yeah, I know on the old servers for sure. On that note about paying for pan filling, we tried this yesterday. Turns out even though I took the pans from one oven to the other and light it, the person filling the pan still got the skill. Same with the sausage. Okay, yes, you can't just move the pans from one oven to another, but you have to pull it into your inventory. Okay, like it. The only way that you'll get the skill is if you pull the pans into your inventory and then pull them out back into the oven. Okay, best way to do that is to completely empty your inventory if you have that option. Completely empty your inventory. That way, in one swipe, you can take all 100 into your inventory and then all out again. Otherwise, you'll have to do cycling, right? So you'll have to pull like the first half, bring them out, and then pull the second half, put them back in. They have to be in your inventory and then back out before you get the skill gain. Yeah. Okay, I did get it. Okay, good. Okay, back to this. Okay, so let's these bowls I'm gonna put somewhere else because they're in the way. Why didn't they move? Why didn't they move? Because I'm working with the item. Okay, so I'm gonna just stop those actions for now. I'm gonna move those over here. I see why it didn't like that. Okay. All right, so let's put this close and let's put this down. I have a feeling going up isn't going to be as good. Actually, it's neither. It's not good or bad. It's actually just about the same going up than it was going down. Yes, we're northeast on Delhi. I think maybe we're a bit more north. Okay, inventory. I was sure he took my sausages into inventory, but maybe he didn't. It was my friend too. My friend though didn't pay. We only did some testing. Okay, so what I'm making is I am making some basil tea, and the purpose of making the basil tea is not for the actual tea itself, but for my beverage making skill. So I want my beverage making skill to go up. I'm aiming for 50. I kind of want it to go to 50. It's taking quite a while though to get it to 50. But we'll see how much I can manage convincing myself to do this over and over again until this is 50. Because then I'm going to use that beverage making skill to make transmutation liquid. So this is the ultimate reason. The ultimate reason why I'm doing any of this, believe it or not, is because we got a bunch of clay tiles in a place that we don't want those clay tiles anymore. And there's like 60 some odd clay tiles. And we want to get rid of them all. Just get rid of them all, because they're in the way. They're in the way of our terraforming. And the way you get rid of clay tiles is by making a particular transmutation liquid. It's a particular one that is made out of lemon juice and zinc. Now, the higher the quality of that transmutation liquid, the less that you're going to need to transmute the clay into dirt. And because we have so many, we have like 60 some odd of these clay tiles we want to get rid of, we want to make sure that we are using our resources as efficiently as possible. Like, we kind of estimated that we're going to need about 20,000 lemons. But if I can get my skill up high enough, it might actually cut that in half or so. So that's like a big deal. Like going from 20,000 lemons to 15,000 lemons even will cut our work by quite a substantial amount. And so I'm working on getting my beverage making skill so that when I make the juice out of the lemons, the juice comes out at higher quality. Then I'll use that higher quality juice to make the transmutation liquid in hopes that the transmutation liquid comes out at higher quality. Now, the skill needed to make the transmutation liquid is natural substances. And I've been working on my natural substances skill on my priest, which maybe I'll show a little bit of that as well, how I do that. And it's almost at 50 now. I think I got it to 47 this morning. I want to say 47? Yeah, something like that. And I don't think there's any particular reason why I chose 50 as the landmark skill, but I figure 50 is better than 40, and that's better than 30, so I could keep going if I had the, the motivation to do so, but there's one that I missed. See that one there? So let me just put a chopped basil into that one I missed there. Oops. Yep, good. Where am I here? Yeah, I'm doing this one a little bit slower. I was going a bit faster before. I think it's just doing a little bit more leisurely. Haha, transmutations. Does that mean I can make chamomile tea now? I'm not sure if there's chamomile in the game, but there's something called camellia, which is... I'm not sure if that's the same or different. This you've heard of, the 60 clay tiles it is, yeah. Hey, Garaz, how's it going? Transmutation is alchemy, not beverages. You're right. It's not alchemy, it's natural substances. But the to make the transmutation liquid that we're making, you need to take lemon juice and combine it with zinc. So lemon juice and zinc, lemon juice and zinc. But the quality of the lemon juice matters, right? So I'm going to take the lemons and make the lemon juice, and my hope is that I'm making high quality lemon juice so that when I combine it with the zinc, it makes high quality transmutation liquid. Yeah. Like this whole process is taking quite a bit. Like we also needed the forestry skill to collect the lemons at high quality, right? That was another thing that needed to happen. Um, I was working on my forestry skill, but it turned out I was on my vacation when the lemons became in season, so I wasn't actually able to go out and collect the lemons, which was very unfortunate. I felt very bad. I had mistimed it. I honestly thought the lemons were going to come in season 2 days before I left, but I miscalculated it, and I'm like, but luckily, Cats and a few others, I think Ivy Song, and helped out with the gathering of the lemons. And apparently, there's a whole boatload of them ready to be turned into juice. There's another thing I need to do before I get to juicing them, and that's creating a fruit press. So, what time are we at? We're at 3:40 or so now. That's another thing I need to do before I juice the lemons, is make a nice quality fruit press, possibly with some WOA on it. I might as well put on COC on it as well. Get some more skill gain out of that process. You've been reading it wrong the whole time. What have you been reading wrong? My dearest Lemon Central, get tired of cutting down lemon trees. Your deed is Lemon Central. Do you still have lots of lemon trees in your area, Garrus? And if so, where's your deed? Because it's very possible after this round we're going to need more. Well, I'll wait for the next lemon season to come by, which should be in just under a month's time, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Val. Yep, I'll see you later. Yeah, hundreds. Okay, nice. Hundreds. Like as your skill goes up, you can get multiple lemons per tree. Whoops, ran out of water there. No? Yes? Maybe? Yeah. Okay, where was I there? This one. Um, let's just make sure that that was the right. Okay. It's a little bit extra water, but that's okay. That'll still make the tea. Hundreds, yeah. We did find a really nice lemon patch. At least cats found it. Um, like we're talking, we're gonna need thousands. Thousands of lemons. It's kind of obscene how much lemons we're gonna need. Just tons of them. I actually haven't checked on the stock of lemons yet. That's another thing we can do together. Check to see what the stock of lemons looks like. Kat had mentioned she separated them all into bins and they're all ready to go. I just need to get myself to the point where I'm ready to squish them into juice. And I'm curious to know how much skill I'm going to get both squishing the lemons and making the transmutation liquid. I'm wondering if I can span that out as much as I possibly can. Squeeze as much skill out of the process. I'm not sure if moving the water up is better than down. Let's switch and see how it feels. How do I switch that? Bring that out and put it back in. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how the difference is. pulling it down. Yeah, I don't think there's really much difference pulling it up or down. You know, it actually is a little bit better going down. And the reason is because the water from the barrel, I only have to bring this far, from here to here, and then let it go. It's a little bit less distance. And there's more wiggle room that way. So maybe down is a little bit better. I must say, this part is really annoying. I really wish there was a better way to doing this, the water filling. I just can't seem to think of a better way of doing it. I want it to be as nice and smooth as the basil was, getting the basil in here. Oh, the last one. Why didn't that go? Okay. All those are done. One more. Yeah, and I bet if I, like, the time I was, like, focused and really pushing and the whole process took 20 minutes, I think just going at a leisurely pace like this, which is more relaxing, I think, I'll probably take 30 minutes to do it all. Where I take breaks from it and I look over what you guys are saying. Yeah, apple gin. I a byproduct of that is that I could be making a lot of alcohol. Nice, good quality alcohol. Now, I did hear that you can get passive beverage making skill from distilling. You know, putting the unfermented or I'm not even sure what the process of making alcohol is in this game, but, like, putting one of the products, either the fermented, let's say you're making vodka, so, like, the fermented vodka into the still, or whether it's the unfermented vodka, I can't remember. And then burning the still is supposed to give you passive beverage making skill. I don't know to what degree that skill is, like, if that's a viable way of getting good beverage making skill, but in an effort to try it out, I did make myself 5 stills. And I was thinking if 5 stills would give me X amount of skill, then 10 stills would be better, and 20 stills would be better than that. So I was going to test out 5 stills, see how that went. But then I ran into a snag, which was I don't have the crops. You need sugar to make most alcohol. Unless anybody has any knowledge about alcohol making that can help me with, maybe I have materials to make alcohol, but I couldn't figure it out. So you make unfermented vodka, then you seal it to ferment. That process gets you undistilled vodka. You distill that and you get proper drink. Okay. Distilling is very slow. Okay, that's good. It's not bad. Like, it would be good if I could just fill up the stills and have them burning, and then over the very slow burn, I'm getting skill while I'm skilling up something else. You know, that would be great. That would work out. You need, like, a basement full of stills to get anything useful. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Did I do it? Did I get him all? Let's see. So this weight here will tell me if I got them all. It's 41.7. 41.7. Yeah. Okay, they're all done. Okay, let's just make sure my affinity for beverages didn't run out. I got plenty of that. And let's light up the forges. Wait for the... Am I climbing again? Yes, I am climbing again. I'm like, why is this going so slow? I forget that last one. Let's get some stamina back. I'll drink some water. I will light the forges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got 5 actions now, which is really nice. You have just received the title Giant Slayer. Congratulations. That is that the title you get for killing the forest giant? Yeah, I didn't even know there was a slang. I have a feeling that's... Joshua, are you on the... Are you on SFI, like the new servers or the old servers? Which one are you on? On EXO, okay. So there was none on mine. No slangs on my cluster. Okay, I was gonna do something, but now I forget what it is. Time for another easy win. I saw you activate all actions in one go. Who did you do that? Another crazy wrist elbow killer? Or how did I do that? Activate all actions in one go. You mean all the... All the forges, you mean? All the ovens? I didn't do it in one go. No, chopping herbs. I'm just using the crafting window for that. You see how, like, the 5 out of 5, I just hit the create and then it... All 5? Is that what you mean? Hey, chef. How's it going? 2 rifts and a slaying at the same time? Bad timing. Yeah. Is that what you mean, Bunloose? Like where I just click the button here? And all 5 happen at the same time? Yeah, no trick. Just the crafting window. Just the crafting window. So let's see. There's probably a rift happening soon. If not right now, let's peek at it. I'll bring this over here. Nyarja. Rifts. Upcoming rifts. Let's see, the next one is Cadence. So I must have missed the last ones. It must have just happened because the 15th is almost a week from now. Sunday. What time is it starting? These look at these times though. Like 2:30 in the morning and then 3:40. I don't know if you guys remember, but like way back right when the rift started, they put these 2 times they were at the exact same time. They opened at exact... Oh no, that's the length. Where's the starting time? Okay, sorry. I'm reading the wrong thing. 3 a.m., 8 a.m. So they were put at the same exact time, and then everybody was complaining because people wanted to go to one and then travel to the next. So they separated them by 12 hours. But over time, they're getting closer and closer together. But actually, this shouldn't be too bad. I could possibly make the Melody one 8 a.m. on a Sunday. Is that a Sunday? Oh no, I won't be able to make that one because I'll be away that day. Another... See, I'm on vacation time right now, so... Yeah. Lots of things planned, so I'll be busy that day. Did I remember to put on my sleep bonus? Okay, whew, I thought I forgot. Okay, good. And it looks like it's... Where was I at? I was at 3 point something. 3.8 or so. So now I'm at 5.6. Ooh, just shy of 40. The other thing I wanted to do was make the fruit press that I'm going to be using. I need to do that, and then I can enchant it. There's one more thing I was going to do, though. What was it? It had to do with enchanting something. Oh, yes, I remember. I was going to show you guys how I do the natural substances grind. Yeah. Okay, I'll put these basils back after this round. Turn off my sleep bonus. Oh, I should also empty this. Let's put the water back there. Let's empty the tea. Yeah, natural substance grind too. Yeah, I don't have time to do anything myself today. Only staring at the screen, taking notes. Yeah, I'll have to do. We have to do the natural substance grind as well. Looks like I honestly need to make these forges just a little bit better so they last just a little bit longer. Like just one or two don't get made before the kindling runs out. That's okay. I'll grow over time and get better. I do need to get my masonry up. Whoops, what am I doing? I'm putting it into a pottery bowl, which doesn't fit. All of it. Okay. Um, let's just put the chopped basil away. I'll bring the water out. Expand. Okay, so I need to make a fruit press, and I can do that at the same time as showing you how to do a natural substance grind. Natural substance grind, all I do is create healing covers. Tons and tons of healing covers. Let's pour that out. Here we go. Now the potency of the healing cover is the difficulty of the action. So you can kind of like balance as your skill goes up, you can start making more difficult healing covers to sort of keep you in the sweet spot of skilling up. Ooh, I got a rare one. Whoops, this basil did not make. Unfortunately, rare basil tea. I don't know what to do with it. Do you think I can sacrifice that? Do you think you can put that into an altar? The rare basil tea. Whoops, I did that thing where I accidentally dragged it into one of the bowls. Let's try. What I'm going to try to do is take this basil tea, put it into that one. I'll try to put it into the altar. We'll see if we can get a refresh out of that. But I have a feeling the altar won't take liquid. Oh, my sleep bonus is still on. Got the little warning down here. All right. Getting to the end of this. Ready for the next round. Let's see. What affinity do I get here? Milking. 6 minutes. 6-minute affinity timer for milking. After one sip. It's not very much. 6 minutes. I don't need that. Okay. I'm going to put the garlic away. You know what? Let's leave the garlic there. It shouldn't go bad in my inventory. Okay. And then this water can pour out. Okay, let's take the basil. Let's take the rare tea. And let's see if it gives me an affinity. Whoops. Xander is going to pray. I think that might be his last one today. And while he's doing that, I'm going to get the materials for fruit press. Sprout. Okay. Small nails, some planks, shafts, sprout. Let's see, what kind of sprouts do I have? Lots of. I have lots of olive sprouts. I need 2 sprouts. Whoops, close this thing. 1 small nail. Looks like I'm going to need to make some more small nails. And 4 planks. Looks like I might need to make some planks. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to need to make some planks. And some shafts. What's... Oh, I see. And I'm going to need to figure out what determines the material. Okay. Because I want it to be oak in the end. So let's look it up. Fruit press. Da, 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 da. The last wood piece, sprout included, used in the creation process of the fruit press will determine its final wood type. Interesting. Okay. All right. So it doesn't matter what is the material. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Is it worth saving the ash from ovens? Thanks for reminding me. It is totally worth saving the ash from ovens. Making concrete stream. No thanks. Ash is worth its weight in gold. Yes, totally worth. I should have. Although I feel like it has to burn for a certain time before ash is produced, but we'll see. Here in Norway, we have a thing going. People are watching slow TV, like train ride from the west to east of Norway, or the cruise liner from the north to south, making concrete steam stream fits right in. And hey, Game and Rain, what's going on? Rare tea, that will just fill your bars, won't it? It's hard. Yeah, it's possible. I'll see what it does. We'll see. It's as useful as nipples on a troll. Been a blast, Peep, and thanks for the amazing tip. Catch you all soon. See you later, Josh. It has to burn for 30 minutes, yeah. So it's possible I didn't get any ash out of that bit. Okay, so let's just... okay, so the shaft has to be first, so it has to be a plank. So let me just grab 1 shaft here. And got the nail in the sprout, so I just need the planks now. And I did collect some oak logs. Let's just see what I did with them. What did I do with those oak logs? There they are. They're like low quality, but I got enough of them that I don't need to worry too much about saving the wood. Okay, so let's make some planks out of this. I'll just fill up the planks, and while I'm doing that, oh, it looks like the last one was his last one. Okay. All right, gaming. Let's see. First time trying out the emote reward. Question though, on the Nat Substance Grind, what difficulty do you want to target in relation to your level? Okay, so that question is like the answer to that question is the same for every skill. So I'll go over that. What do you mean by the emote reward? Oh, I see. This okay, yeah, the factional WoW one. Yes. Got it. Yeah, it's my face making a WoW face. Okay, so let's see. Let's show you some stuff. Okay, so here we go. Grinding worm. So this is how I find it every time. I just type in grinding worm. Oh, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's grinder worm. Grinder worm. Yes, this one. Grinder. This thing. Okay, this is how I figure out the answer to that question. What difficulty do you need or do you want to target in order to optimize your skill gain in relation to your level? Okay, so this is what I use for the answer to that question on every skill. Now, this one comes pre-built with several skills. However, um, natural substances isn't on the list. So you can use, some people say use the fixed bonus. You can also use creation, right? Just the creation. Um, either one, I think they all do about the same thing anyway. It's just a matter of like what you're gonna, you know, what you're gonna be putting in here. Um, like what different things you need, like whether or not the tool's rare or not, and most of it doesn't really matter anyway. Um, so if you can see down here, I think I'm on Xander. Yeah, Xander. His natural substances is 48.3. Okay, so I'm going to put that into here, 48.3. Tool skill, not applicable because I'm not going to be using a tool. So I'm making healing covers, so I'm just going to be combining one item with another item, putting it together. So tool quality, I don't think that matters either. Item difficulty, so with natural substances, when you're making a healing cover, the difficulty is the potency of the healing cover. The problem with healing covers is that the highest potency is 25. Okay, so I'm going to probably be going with a 12 right now, but you'll probably see that that's not going to be optimal. The material quality, I don't think matters too much. We can play around with some options, like we can just like test different ones, but I think the material I have is about 40. Not imbued. No parent skill. Oh, wait, parent skill. Parent skill would be alchemy, wouldn't it? Let's take a look. What's my alchemy? Here it is. My alchemy is 20. I'm not sure if it's applicable, but I don't think it really matters. Okay, so I hit submit. Okay, and what that does is something weird. That's weird. That's a weird result. That doesn't seem right, does it? No, something's wrong here. I could be reading this right, but something like how this is for. Okay, I see. Let's make it 60. That material quality is a problem. Okay, there we go. That looks better. See how it like caps at 60? That's because the material quality will cap the outcome, but I don't think it does. And I'm not really too sure about this. Um, I could be wrong about the creation, using the creation one here, but it looks fine. Like in terms of the item difficulty, you're not sure the quality of the parts matter, right? But if I put 0, well, look what happens. Look at that. It's like it's saying like the outcome. Yeah, there's something wrong here. Okay, if we go back to fixed bonus channeling, some people say just use the fixed bonus. Um, I honestly don't know. I don't know the answer to this. So let's see. You can still meditate after the first 5 tries. Okay, yes. Oh, I see. Okay, Garrus. If you meditate and don't get skill gain of any kind, does that still use up one of your chances for the day? It only does if you waited the 30 minutes. Right? So like if you meditate, don't and let's say you get a skill tick on the first time you meditate, but like 5 minutes later you meditate again, don't get a skill tick. Well, that won't count towards your 5 skill. So the 5 attempts have to be separated by 30 minutes, and if you don't get a skill tick in that situation, then it does take up one of the 5 tries. So I'll be honest, I've never used the creation. Here's the thing about this website. You have to use a grain of salt when you're reading the information off of it. It's not perfect. It's based off of the old Wurm Unlimited code. Or no. Honestly, I don't even know what it's based off. It can't be, but it can't be the Wurm Unlimited code. But honestly, I find that it's not always accurate based on my if I'm mining, let's say, mining is where you can see the results much more clearly because the output of the ore quality tells you whether or not you got the skill tick. And I would find that the information under the mining here, I'll use mining power for skill gain, it's not accurate. It's not perfectly accurate. It's a good ballpark figure, but you should always sort of like use your experience in the game to adjust. Okay, so I'm gonna put in the numbers here into the fixed bonus channeling and see what happens. I'm gonna put 0 for bonus. I honestly don't know what that does, but I'm pretty sure like if you don't put 0 for bonus, it doesn't change much. Let's say I put in 70 and I submit. Okay, bonus does change, but I don't think there's any bonus for making these healing covers. And if it's only a 12 difficulty, I'm only going to get 46% or so, 45, 46, yeah, percent of the time I'm going to get a skill gain. The way to read this is, and this is for anybody who doesn't know this, in Wurm, every action has a hidden roll behind the scenes. That roll can come out anywhere between negative 100 and positive 100. And it's all based on a variety of factors. But the distribution of the rolls, so after many actions, the distribution of all those rolls should be some kind of normal distribution, like this bell curve, centered around some, average or so. So rarely you'll get failing rolls, and rarely you'll get really high rolls, but they're centered around some kind of average. Now, you're only going to get a skill tick if the roll happened to be between 0 and 40. Okay, it can't be 40 or above, and it can't be 0 or less, but anywhere in between there, if the roll comes out between those, you're going to get a skill tick. So what this website does is it simulates however many actions you want. Like in this case, I'm simulating 50,000 actions, and it'll give you the distribution of all of the rolls, and it will tell you how many of those will give you a skill tick and how many will not. It looks like a difficulty of 12 is a little bit high, a little bit too low, and my distribution's coming out too high. I do not want to be famous, thank you. And let's see what 16 does. 16 brings it down a little bit better. I could do 20s. 20 would be better than that. So honestly, with natural substances, there's not too much option. You kind of have to go with what you got. And there's not really much option with optimization. I'm already famous. Okay, so I answered a lot of questions. Yeah, ask away if you have any more questions. I don't know all of the answers. That's the problem. I just kind of know that I use this as a general guide, just sort of like as I play around with some numbers here. But yeah, the main thing you need to know is that every action you do, the outcome is a roll between negative 100 and positive 100. Depending on what you're doing, that roll is used for something. So, for example, if you're a priest casting, okay, you cast something, the roll itself is actually used to determine the power of the cast. But then the number gets modified by a few things. There's a few things that can cause the outcome of the power of the cast to be higher than the roll was, depending on some things that you could have benediction, which is, see, this benediction here is a flat +5. That means that all of your rolls are going to be 5 above. But I don't think that affects whether or not you get a skill tick. So for example, let's say you roll 37, but then benediction gives you 5 more, so the actual power ends up being 42. I'm pretty sure you still get a skill tick there because the original roll was between 0 and 40. Pretty sure. Again, take anything I say with a grain of salt as well, because I could be wrong about that as well. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, what was I doing? I was making planks. Okay, good. So I will do this and get this started. Fruit press. And then over here in my bag, I have a bunch of animal bits that I've enchanted. Let's take a peek at the Wurmpedia for a second. Under healing covers. Healing cover. Okay. So in the Wurmpedia, under healing covers, you can get the list of all the items in the game that will create a healing cover. You just activate one of these items and combine it with another one of these items, and you'll make a healing cover. Each one of these items has a potency, and the potency of the outcome healing cover is the product between the two numbers. So let's say I'm using a blue mushroom and a green mushroom, and I combine those two together. Well, blue mushroom is 3, green mushroom is 4, so the potency is going to be 12. 3 times 4 is 12. Okay, or I could do 4 times 4, or I can do 4 times 5. You know, you can, but you see that the highest you can do is a 5 with a 5, and that will give a difficulty or a potency of 25, and that's the best healing cover you can make in this game. And it says it right here, right? So a tail is a 2. Kind of want to use my tails up though, because I have a whole lot of tails and I don't have anything else I want to do with them. So I'm gonna go. This might not be the best for skill gain, but I kind of want to use them up, because with this, it's all about quantity of these items, right? And I don't have a lot of all of these items to grind however much I want. So I want to kind of save things like teeth and glands and hearts and black mushrooms. I want to save all that stuff for when my skill is really high, not really high, but higher. And I want to use up all the low level stuff to get skill right now. So I'm going to use up some tails. And because I have a whole lot of herbs and I have a bunch of herbs growing, I'm going to just combine that with maybe rosemary or lovage. So that'll give me an 8 potency. And we'll see how that goes. We'll do a round of that and we'll see how that goes. Okay, so let's bring out the tail. Okay. So that's why black mushrooms are popular. Yes. Black mushrooms are popular for this reason. Now, I was actually contemplating growing some mushrooms. Something stopped me from that though, and it was making those planters. I think you need a certain carpentry skill, and I don't have the carpentry skill to make the planters yet. Let's see. My carpentry is 61, and I almost think that you need 70 to make those planters. Let me just see. They're not called planters. They're called, maybe they're called planters. Large planters. Large planter. You can only build a planter on the ground with a minimum of 70 carpentry skill. Right? So, yeah, I don't have enough to make planters, but you can plant mushrooms in the planters and you can grow them like, you know, like you would farming. Okay, so here's some tips for this natural substance grind. Here's what I did. I brought all the tails. I had this all ready to set up to go. So I brought the tails over to here. I think the tails are in this one. Yep. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring exactly enough for a stack. I'm going to put 63 combined with this extra one. That'll be 64. And 64 tails can combine into a single stack. Okay. And you'll notice that this one's still enchanted. So that only happened because I activated the enchanted one and I combined it with the rest. And now I have a stack of 64 tails. Next, I'm going to go with, I'll go with lovage. Because I got lots of lovage. I'm going to bring over 63 lovage, just one shy of a full stack. That way, when I use the last lovage up, I will still have one tail left. Then I create a keybind for mixing, which is already there, backslash, and I just hit backslash. Oh, before I do that, just gonna make sure, okay, I still have an hour left on my natural substance tree, but I'm going to also, I'm gonna fill up my bars before I do that. Waifu got lots of carpentry. I can make her some, I can make her make me some. Yeah. Tips: kill trolls, use glands and teeth for healing covers. Yes. Problem is the quantity required. That's the problem. Like, how many trolls will you need to find to collect, you know, a few thousand of each? Too many trolls. Why can't I see it? Natural substances. I know all my pizzas are all. Is it down here? Oh yeah, there it is. This one's not damaged much, but yeah, it's it. It auto-modded you. Yeah. Possibly for the 2 words plus the image right at the end. Welcome back, cats. Moldy pizza, yum. Yep, totally. Totally yum. Oh, and I forgot to put in. I forgot to test. Here, let's test it now. I want to see if the altar can take liquid. Can I put? No, I can't put. It won't let me put the basil. What if I put this in here? Hold on. Let's see, do I have a really, really, really bad pottery jar? Yeah, I got lots of bad ones. Let's take this 99 damage pottery jar, pottery bowl, and we'll sacrifice that one. Let's see what happens. So what do you guys think? If I sacrifice a pottery bowl filled with rare tea, will that give me a refresh? Oh, before I do a refresh, I need to fill up my CCFP. Nope, too far away. Okay. No, stop. Okay. Let's see. That's what she said, Bergie says. It's absolutely how horrific how innocent eggplants have been turned into something bad. It might be the combination of the big and the juicy and then the eggplant. Bad, dark cat's glowing through even here. That's what she said. The only thing that was missing was some red wine that you're supposed to be putting into the meat tomato mixture. But I predict it's going to be super good moussaka regardless. Sounds delicious. Eggplant? You never heard of eggplant? I love eggplant. Prepared correctly, eggplant is delicious. Okay, so it turns out sacrificing the rare tea inside a pottery bowl does not give you a refresh. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's do the nail next. Okay, what was I doing? Where was I? Okay, I was getting... Okay, Xander's full. Okay, so let's get him started. Gonna turn on the sleep bonus. Okay. Start the action. Sleep bonus. Okay, so we're doing some natural substance grind now. And just the 3 planks. Moussaka is very nice, but I'm not a fan of eggplant. Using more potatoes instead. It's an aubergine over here. Oh, okay, so it's just a different name. Yeah, it is true. The name eggplant is kind of weird. But it is what it is. So one way you love preparing eggplants is slicing them up, laying them in a dish, drizzling olive oil, lots of garlic and salt over them. Pop them in the oven. They come out super soft and garlicky. I love it when they get the soft, nice and soft. I gotta remember to come back over here. Okay, out of the first 3 actions, I got 2 skill ticks in natural substances. So like, you know, the percentages aren't necessarily always accurate. Okay, put that there. I'm gonna put the scraps over here, and then I'll need a log to improve this. Expand this all. Just grab a 50 quality one for now. Let me think. You know what I'm gonna do? Let's just get this queued up. What I'll do is I'll take a 60. So I have a 60.5 quality. That's the best logs I got. And it actually doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, so where's my carpentry? There it is. Carpentry tools. Oh, and this is a good opportunity. I wonder. Another trick I just recently learned, but it's a whole ordeal. So maybe, yeah, you know what? Let's do it. I'll just have to keep reminding myself to make these healing covers while I'm doing it. And if I stop, it's worth it. It's worth it. Okay, so this all starts with the rules. No, nothing better than I was doing before in terms of the water. Yeah, it's the best I did. Although I did time myself. One full round of fully putting everything in, firing up the forges, making the tea, and emptying it took 20 minutes and 30 seconds. So that's not terrible. It's I wish it was faster. Um, but if I just did, let's say, a hot food cooking grind, actually I only timed filling, so filling took only 4 minutes. So it's another 5 minutes maybe to burn it, and then another 4 minutes or so to empty it. So it would take that's like 13 minutes on a hot food cooking. Yeah, but that's I guess what it is. It's not. It's still pretty quick if you think about it this way. But yeah. Okay, so back to this story. This is something I was a little bit hesitant showing this, but because I don't want anybody to get in trouble here. So what I say here, this is like you guys don't. Well, how do I put this? I don't want to say that we're skirting the rules here. We're actually well within the rules by doing this, but it's a slippery slope that can lead you outside the rules if you modify what I do here. And if you break the rules in this game, they'll ban your character. You'll completely lose everything. So don't break the rules. So I'm going to start with the rules to show everybody where you can find the rules to make sure that you don't break them. Okay, so in the GM hall of the forums, there's the Wurm Online rules, which is one of the top pinned things there. Okay, so you go into there, and there's a whole bunch of rules, but I'm looking particularly for the one regarding macroing. Okay, so it's on Enki posted it right here. Okay, so I wonders if there's a dark griff. Yeah, maybe there is, but I would never break the rules. I've read through these rules enough to know what is and what is not against the rules. Macroing is against the rules, and there are many ways that they can track macroers. So don't macro. Absolutely do not macro. It is very, very bad. if you macro, because they'll catch you and then you'll lose your character. Okay? Hey, Farron. Does Dark Griff come out when the stream stops? Okay, so don't macro. And here is where you can find out exactly what macroing is. Macroing is any software or hardware that automates the sending of actions to the game server without user interaction and is not permitted. Okay, so you program something that's going to send keystrokes or whatever to the game. That is not allowed. Okay. Key locking. The way I think of this is like, okay, they say weighing down a key, but in my mind, I'm also thinking of, like that little bird that automatically tips because the water bird. Okay, that's not allowed. Okay, you cannot have something that's holding down a key or that's automatically pressing a key. Okay, not allowed. Multi-boxing, which means sending, let's say I had 5 characters all open. Okay, multi-boxing means I press one thing in this window here and it does the same thing on all other accounts. Okay, that's not allowed, not permitted. You'll get banned if that's the case. And that you must be in attendance. Okay, so it says make sure to attend your game session when performing actions. If you use keybinds and send actions that finish often, make sure that your actions have the desired effect before starting a new queue in case you watch TV or do something similar that steals your attention. Okay, so if you're just staring at another screen while you just keep tapping this screen and you're not looking back at this screen, they're possibly going to flag you as macroing. Now, of course, there will be an investigation. Your character will be temporarily banned. There will be an investigation. They will come to some conclusion about whether or not you're breaking the rules. And if you weren't breaking the rules, then it's possible you'll get reinstated, but you don't want to go through that. Okay, so don't do any of that. And there's a bunch of more stuff here. First offense, permanent avatar ban. Second offense, loss of all avatars accounts, permanent IP ban. Okay, so this is serious stuff you don't want to be caught macroing. But there's this blue section here. Okay, and that's what I want to talk about, this blue section. Let me just queue up these. In this blue section, it says use of the G keys on a G series keyboard, mouse, or other similar product is permitted to send multiple actions simultaneously. Okay, now I've said this before. I don't really like the way they wrote this because it's very possible people do not know what G keys are or G series keyboard is or mouse. And then they also say other similar products. So there are software that you can get that does this for you. Okay, but you have to be very careful about the wording here because it's not, what they're not saying is that the use of G keys is allowed. What they're saying is the use of G keys is permitted to send multiple actions simultaneously without any default, built-in, or added delay timings in order to fill your in-game action queue, provided you do not use any sort of repeat function. Okay, so it's like there's a lot there. And in order to stay within this, you need to ensure that you're using the G keys in a very specific way. And Willow here is watching. Willow, you tell me, because I want to follow the rules here and I want to understand this perfectly. So you'd let me know if I'm doing anything wrong here and I will immediately correct myself. I only just tried this. Maybe it was a couple weeks ago for the first time ever. But I have seen other streamers do it and they were saying that they were talking to GMs who said it was okay. So Willow, you let me know if I'm doing the right thing here, okay? So I'm going to show you how to do this. G keys and G series keyboards, these are Logitech devices. I do happen to have a G series Logitech mouse. You can even see the G on there, although it's backwards because my camera's inverted. Um, and G series keyboards and mice come with this software that I'll bring up here. This one, which is the G Hub or whatever they call it. Okay, so I'm using my G502 mouse. So I click into there. Whoops, what am I doing here? Yeah, okay, so in this plus button here, they have the assignments. Okay, and they do call it macros. Okay, because you can create macros with this. Okay, so it's not saying you can just use G. If you have a G series mouse, you can do whatever you want with it, because you can macro with it. So if you macro with it, you will be banned. Let me just read through this, make sure I'm not. Wonders if a certain red dragon is soaring above Griff in Western Melody. Won't be a great stream if I ban you. Yep, it won't be. You tell me. You before I do anything, you got to let me know if I'm, because I want to stay within the rules, and I'm glad to have you here, Willow, to help me out. So you can possibly use it to say click 3 times instead of killing my wrist. Exactly, right? So long as, and this is really important, you don't have any delay in the macro, okay? Or you don't have any repeat, okay? Because the problem is that if you create a macro, let's create a new one here. Create a new macro. Okay, I'll name this macro. I'll call it I'll actually remake my improving one. So improving. Okay, I'll just call it improving. Okay. See how there's like a whole bunch of options here? You got to use the no repeat option. Okay, so that's the making sure that you're not using the repeat function. Okay. Let me just queue up these. Let me just make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, no repeat. Okay, I'm gonna hit this, and let's say I'm gonna do this for improving. Okay, now I have set up in Wurm, my hotkey for improve is G. Don't ask me why, that's just how I've done it. You probably have your own hotkey for improve. So I'm going to use G for improve. I also have it set up so that when I press the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it will highlight and activate the items on my keyboard, my tool belt. Like I've always had it this way. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it record keystrokes. Okay, so it's just, I'm going to type it in and it's going to record it. I record keystrokes and I'm going to go 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. Stop. Okay. Now, the problem is that it automatically uses standard delays, which means that there's going to be a 50 millisecond delay between each stroke. So I'm going to uncheck that. Okay. I'm going to uncheck that. And I don't know why, but for some reason, it puts random delays between each stroke. Let me just cue this up again. Okay, so I'm going to have to change all these to be 0. Whoops. 0. Okay, there we go. I can get rid of them. So I'm going to get rid of all of the delays. So it's going to do them in quick succession. You also notice that there's a lot more of these red boxes that came up. There's the one with the down arrow and a one with the up arrow. That happened when I undid the standard delays. Okay, so now the down arrow is the actual pressing of it, and the up arrow is the releasing. So what it's going to do is it's going to press 1, release 1, press G, release G, press 2, release 2, press G, release G, and so on, like this. Okay. Now I'm going to save that. Okay. Next, I'm going to assign it to one of my buttons, which I'm going to put to, whoops, the side button, the forward one. Okay. So I'm going to take this new keybind that I made, improving. I'm going to put it on the forward button here. Okay. Okay, now, what do you think, Willow? Is this within the rules? I'm going to press this button once, and what the button will do was immediately, all at once, press 1, release 1, press G, release G, press 2, release 2, press G, release G, and so on down the line with no delays in between and with no repeats. Right. Garazam, this is where I'm feeling like, based on, let's read the reading again, okay? The use of G keys on a G series mouse, keyboard, or other similar product is permitted to send multiple actions simultaneously without the default built-in or added delay timing. So I removed the default timing that was there, that had a 50 millisecond default. I removed that, so it's all simultaneous, in order to fill my in-game action queue. So I currently have 5 action. Okay, so pressing the 1 is not going to use up an action, but when I press the G, it will initiate an action. So every G will initiate an action. And there was only 5, right? 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. Okay, so there was 5 Gs there, so it'll fill up my action if the first G was actually used, provided I do not use any sort of repeat function, which I did not. Am I okay, Willow? Am I like interpreting that correctly? Well, he still has his whole character on the other Wurm cluster. I do. I would say you're in the clear based upon the wording of the current rules. Thanks, Voladol. Yep. Heart beating at Griff. Yeah. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so I have my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my 5 things. So like I'm gonna do it without the key, right? If I press 1, it highlights. Here, let's make this bigger. Everybody can see. Okay, so if I press 1, I do the hammer. It would be the same as if I did 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. And then that's exactly what it would do. If I press that one button, it's going to send that sequence of keystrokes simultaneously. Okay, so let's try it. Here we go. I'm pressing the button. Press. Quick, Willow, go and edit the rules. Okay. Has paralyzed me. Did you paralyze me? Oh, I am paralyzed. Ah! How did that? I've never been paralyzed before. I can't move. You see my hips swiveling? That's me trying to move. Oh, I'm going to turn off my sleep bonus over here so I don't waste it. Oh, I'm stuck in place now. Oh, whew. There we go. I get my movement back. Okay, nice. But yeah, okay, so this... Ah! There's the red dragon. Hey, Willow. What do you say? Did I interpret that correctly? Am I thinking about this correctly? I'm allowed to do this. So like, instead of having to select, the pelt and then polish the pelt, I can just press this one button. It cycles through all my skills and it will do the thing. This is within the rules, I'm pretty sure. As long as I've read that incorrectly. Now, as long as I don't stack more than I can in game and you don't set up a continuation. Okay, good, yeah. So I didn't do that. So, and this goes for everybody. If you're going to set up something like this, make sure you don't fill up more than your queue can hold. So if you only have 3 actions, so like if your mind logic isn't 40 yet, okay, so like you go into the crafting window. If you don't have 5 highlighted orange bulbs, you can't do what I just did. Okay, you can only do this up to 3 if you only have 3 actions. Okay, and I'll have to wait until I get my 6th action queue to tack on a repair. Okay, but I would put a repair at the end of that. Probably if I got my 6th action queue, I would put a repair action at the end. Yeah. Ordering a cheap mouse on Amazon. I'm pretty sure Bunloose. I can't recommend a particular software, but you might, before like buying a mouse, you might look in to see if there's a software that, because there is similar software that does this. I can't recommend one though because I don't know of one to recommend. But I know Opie. He was a streamer that I saw doing this. He had another software that you don't need a G series mouse in order to use. But yeah, you don't fill up more than your action queue. Don't use any of the default delays. It comes built in with default delays, so you have to like remove those delays. Now, one action that this really makes a big difference for is masonry, because you can now, and you can do this with 3 actions because there's only the chisel and the rock shard, and then you could put a repair action after that for 3 actions, and you can just highlight your mouse over, let's say, a forge and press this button, and it'll do the whole thing for you. Yeah, you're not. Yeah, you love your mouse. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure there's software that does this, and it does say in the rule set or other similar product. Okay, so like, and there are other softwares that do that. Why is Pomona not yellow? Thinking. That's a good question. Maybe it's in local. No, I see it because this is my local. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm the troll king. Whoops! What am I doing? Removing something from my crate rack. Is that what I am? The troll king? Dev status, not GM. GMs are yellow. Ah. Oh, that's from because you're doing all the testing stuff. How is that going, by the way? How is the testing? I know you most likely cannot say anything about the details of the things that you're testing. Yep, you get to break things really well. Yep. So Garrett, you're saying because you could set the delay to after your action timer is finished and queue up many actions. Yeah. Right. Exactly. So like, because if you add a delay, you could, let's say, add a delay to let your stamina refresh. Oh, you do have a G mouse. It's the MX510 Reborn Classic. Maybe I can do this. I do have the software. Yeah, if it's a Logitech mouse, I don't even think it needs to be a G series Logitech mouse. If you can use the Logitech G Hub, and you'll notice there are things in here that aren't even Logitech. Like my Yeti is in here, and my C920 webcam. Oh, that is Logitech. But Yeti is not I can enable that, but as long as it shows up in here, then you should be able to use this software to do the thing that I'm doing here. But what I find that it really makes a difference for are the things that you're improving that are on the ground that you can't bring into your inventory, or that you can't see what the next tool is. You'll like, for example, this larder here. In order to improve it, I'd have to like right click it, and it will say something like you want to polish the larder with a pelt. So you'd have to read the text in order to know what the next thing is. But I could just like do it on this, and it'll pick the right thing. Hmm. Okay, so let's see. Well, I do okay. So breaking is easy. Fixing it is it is a Logitech mouse. I use G Hub just to change stuff. Okay, so it should work. We would find you if you set it up to act like that. Yeah. So if now really hopefully it's really the rules are there to prevent people from abusing this. So if you're going in with the mindset of I want to stay within the rules, like I'm going to try my best to stay within the rules, but you like mess up something, I'm sure that there's a little bit of leniency there. I would hope, like if your full intention is to not exploit or macro or gain an advantage outside of the rule set. But my hope is that if you're going to use this, you're trying to stay within the rule set here and do what the rules say to do. Yeah. Cool. Maybe I'll play around with it, looking over my shoulder. Yeah. I use Wurm Assistant to tell me the next tool on improving things on the ground. Yeah, I know Wurm Assistant does tell that. But this almost like completely removes the need for that. And again, you do have to, in order to do this for like the full 5 tool improving, you do need to get your mind logic to 40 for it to work. I mean, I suppose you can set up 2 different keys, one for the first 3, let's say, and one for the next 2, and then you press the first one, and if that doesn't work, after it cycles through that, you can press the second one, and you could do it like that. Especially if like, if wrist problems is an issue, this definitely is a option here. I do have to repair. And once I do finally get to 50 mind logic, I'll be able to tack on a repair at the end of that. All right. So where was I with this? It goes off to write down everyone's name. At the moment, I use 2 buttons on the side for improve and repair. But then I do have to change the tool yourself. Yeah. Okay, let's just make the last 2 here. Do I have channeling affinity still? No. I need to... Hey, new Neo. Keep in mind, it has been found and posted on the forums that this method will limit the amount of rares you get. How would it do that? I can't see how it would do that. I could be wrong. I just can't see it. Because the rare window will happen, right? Like there will be a rare window. And if, let's say, my action... Oh, I see how. No, I see how. Yeah, I see how it limits it. Because the way this works is that the hammer goes first, right? And that action, let's suppose the rare window opens and I press this button and it's on like log or something like it is on now, right? What's going to happen is that the action where I go to try to improve it with my hammer, that will use the rare window opportunity. That first one's going to use the rare opportunity. And so then when it goes to the log, I'll have lost my rare opportunity there. I can see that being the case. Now, I could be wrong about that, but that's what I'm thinking is possibly that has a chance. But that's okay. There's only a 20% chance that you're going to success on that anyway. So, and yes, wrist is an issue big time. I'm working as a craftsman, so I strain my hands and wrists all day at work. And then it comes home to do accounting, and then I play Wurm, so a lot of wrist action. Just this spring, I used a lot of money on physiotherapy. Yeah. That would highly depend on the actual code. Yeah, I mean, I can see that being the case, though, right? Because if, let's say, the rare window opens and you do an action that fails, or an action that you cancel, you just lost the rare window, and that's for sure. I know that is definitely for sure. Okay, so like, let's say the rare window opens and I'm do this thing, I get a rare opportunity, but I damage the fruit press. 100% chance it's not going to turn the fruit press rare. I will have lost that opportunity. Okay, so like an action that fails or doesn't finish will waste the rare roll. So I can see that if I press 1 and I go to try to improve this thing, I press G. Why isn't it working? 1, G. Oh, I see, because improve. That's weird. Okay, hold on. File? What's the option? Okay, I see it's file is G. 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G. That's weird for filing. So it probably wouldn't waste it if I did it there. If it was filing, because the improve for file is file, not improve. Which is beyond me. But let's see. Carving knife is carve. Let's see. What if I press 1 and I press G? But you see how here it says you cannot improve the item with that? Why can't I get it to do that here? If I use the wrong tool, it must have to be on a certain one. So it might not be perfectly completely botched. But yeah, it to me, I mean, it would be nice to have a rare fruit press, but to me, I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. Ah! Xander's a green dragon now. Willow, you're freaking me out. Okay, so I'm going to drop these healing covers over here. Okay, littered. I've been dropping healing covers all over the place, so. Okay. Let me just saunter over here to the Troll King. And I'm just going to. Hold on. Let me just drop this. Why? There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yep. And let's do some enchanting now. So I need to get my channeling food. Oh my goodness. Can I see anything? Channeling. What you can do is bind one key to repair, another to improve, then use the macro to press those keys. Yes. Yes. Let me think here. But see, the problem is that those, like as Willow was saying, you cannot overfill your action queue. Okay, so look at this. In my character window, I'm too tall. No. I think what Drogos is saying is the same thing as what I did here. Um, the same thing as I did here, but instead just like let's say because I have let's say my improve is G and my repair is T. So I could create another button, let's say called improve repair, where it just presses G then T. And I just like press the button and it goes GT. Um no yeah, no exactly. No time delay, so that file action would work. Yeah. Um But the problem is then you need to select the right tool. You need a method to select the right tool. Right? So let's say I'm what's the quality of this thing before I mess it up? Okay, so let's say I'm doing it on here. Okay. So it had to cycle through. It tried to improve it with a hammer, then it tried to improve it with a carving knife, then it tried to improve it with a file, then it tried to improve with a pellet, then a file. The file worked, but then it actually switched to the log at the end, right? Because and then it's trying to improve with the log also. Um, the problem is after that's done, that's 5 actions, right? I hit G 5 times there, and that fills my action queue. So if you want to repair after that, it would be a 6th action, which you would need 6 action slots for. I couldn't think of another way of making it so that it only like I can't think of a way to make it choose the right tool then improve. Like you only have to hit improve once. If you know what I mean. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm gonna get some. I got the channeling food. Yeah, good. I would think this is on the edge. I'm hoping to save a bit of risks of having to click less on the left button. Or is that disallowed? Say having a side button making triple click since I have 3 actions. So that is allowed so long as there's no delay and all 3 actions are sent simultaneously. That should be okay. You're hoping to, yeah, okay. Yeah, so side button, triple click, as long as, yeah, if you have 3 actions, then you can send 3 things. Okay, I can't see I am a dragon. That looks so cool. Okay, I have some cordage ropes over here that I've been making. I'm gonna put 25 in there. I need to get closer. Yep. I want to make this circle of cunning. And I should probably put on my sleep bonus here. Oh, yes, that. I mean, I'm not sure how much it will save the risk in that particular situation, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Because you can just hold the keybind for mine. Let's say my mine is M, so I would just hold M down for like a couple seconds and it would fill the queue. All this will do will be like you can instead of holding it for a couple seconds, you can just tap it and it'll do all 3. That is allowed though. I find that this is beneficial more for if it's like you have to flip between things, like lots of different flipping. And in this case, the improving, it's like notice how like with this larder here, I don't even know what is the next what is the next tool. I can just press the button right when it's ready to go. Let's see if we get lucky on a cast here. I wonder what does the quality on a larder do? Does anybody know? Let's see. Larder. But no effect with snowball. It's recommended that you use high quality materials as tempting. Okay, the larder has 5 shells. The icebox, blah blah blah, blah blah. Can be picked. Can be loaded. Can be and no other information. Just not waste my. sleep bonus here. Obviously, its own decay ticks, yeah. When I'm mining with all 14, yeah, okay, that's I read that already. True, there's probably more efficient ways to doing, say, mining or digging. I usually click the mine action or dig action, so then 3 times to tap the button. Yeah, if you just hold it down, um, I don't know. I can't. I'm not in a situation where I would. Yeah, but if you just hold it down for a second, it'll sort of like queue up the actions for you. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Like if you had to tap 3 times and then switch to the next tune and tap 3 times and then switch to the next tune and tap 3 times, this would save that. Yep. Try out. What works for you. Ooh, look at that. Okay, that's going. I did get lucky. I got a 101 circle of cunning on that fruit press. There's one more thing I need to look at here. It was I kind of want to know. I guess it works like every other skill, right? Like where the quality of the tool it decreases. Like if you increase the quality of the tool, it decreases the difficulty, therefore making it so that I will get less skill. Well, we'll see what happens. Well, I'll be making some beverages and or some juice, the lemon juice, and we'll see what happens. It wasn't the first try, but it was probably only the fourth or fifth try. Ooh, I damaged it. Okay, let's repair that. Okay, don't shatter it now. As to players being found macroing, that band hammer comes down pretty hard and fast. Totally. Yeah, totally. It it is it is one of those things where like I'm even afraid. Like as I was saying at the beginning, I was afraid to say something, but it's like I'm that type of person who I've always been like this in Wurm, where I want to share the information. I want to make it like I think it's important that everybody kind of knows. People should be aware of the rules. That's for sure, and that's like something that we should all sort of spread that information to anybody we know. Um, it's also really hard when there are these things because it feels so close. Like it feels so close to cheating, but it's there. I mean, it's there for a reason. I'm sure that it's there to help. I'm not actually sure what it's there for. Like, I'm not sure the rationale behind this is allowed, but that isn't. I understand the rationale for why that isn't. Why macroing in general is not allowed, because that would completely devalue um, people's progress in the game. If all that somebody has to do is create a program that plays the game for you and can easily get tons of skill just by leaving the program on, and if a person can sleep while getting skill gain, that's a little bit that feels like cheating. um, at some point or another, this G key sort of thing was put in for a reason, I'm sure, for some reason or another. I'm not sure. Yeah, exploit is not the same as cheat. It's like pretty close though. Yeah, I totally understand Bunloose. It's like you don't want to risk doing something that's against the rules and getting yourself banned. But it would be nice to have something that would save your wrist. Okay, 75 Wind of Ages. Let's go for more. Let's go for more. Let's hope that I don't regret this. I'm just going around imping stuff around here. What is this? Oh, it's a cheese drill. Okay, I'm like, do I already have a fruit press? Okay, it looks like I might have to sacrifice some more. Come on, dispel. 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 Yeah. Okay, good. And then I want 25. You know what? Let's do 26. Let's see what that gives me. 423. That's good. You agree. Why is the G thing allowed if anything else isn't? Why not just ban it all? Make it small loop. Just make people want to try. This is just semantics. The effect is largely the same. This reminds me of the saying, real men don't take backups. They cry. It's... Yeah. Yeah, I totally feel it. It's like the fact that I pressed this button and it... How come that didn't work? It needs to be repaired probably. Yeah. The fact that I can press this button and it cycles through and does that, like that's... There's definitely a difference between that and, let's say, setting up a program that every 20 seconds it will do that automatically. I can just walk away, watch TV, I can go sleep, and have it every 20 seconds it just presses that button and then presses repair and then presses that button, like, and then it repeats that over and over again. Like, we all should agree that that is not in the good, like that's cheating might not be the right word, like semantics here again, right? But like there is something about that that makes it so that a person could level up their character as high as they possibly could want while going on vacation and not even playing the game, not even being at the computer, doing it in the background. And that we should all feel like that shouldn't be allowed. At least I feel like it shouldn't be allowed. What is all this stuff? Okay, I still have illusion. Okay. Where am I? Am I invisible? What just happened? I feel quite different. Willow. I'm being invisible. Yeah, exactly. It would ruin the game. It would ruin the game for people who want to actually play the game. This does feel like it's a little bit quality of life, like that I can press the one button and it cycles through and it does that. But on the same hand, oh, I'm a fruit press. Okay, I'm this fruit press. I see. There is. I'm like, where am I? It's just all this stuff on the floor. It's hard to tell. How about I say it this way? I'd be okay if this was also not allowed. Like, I don't need this. In fact, I never did this until 2 weeks ago when I was just messing around with it, trying to figure it out. My entire Wurm career, I've been just pressing the buttons myself, picking the right tool. And if I didn't know what tool it was, I'd have to examine the thing and read the thing. Or I did encounter the Wurm assistant thing that tells you what it's needed. I've tried that before as well. Oh, okay, so you're right there for the fourth. You're really close. See that for mind logic, it's like you're so close but still so far. It'll take like a day of doing stuff to get that last little 0.08. Press, Adam, press. Yeah. You're watching a kid using auto clicker in some stupid Roblox game, leaving it on while we eat dinner. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, deep whirring sound of resonance. Don't shatter. Just because I'm being greedy. Mm. And I do need to get around to um, getting my masonry up. So this will definitely help with that. Because masonry is like really nice. It's only two tools, and both of them can be COC'd. Now, I am also really interested in trying to experiment again with the sweet spot imping. And I think I might try that again, the sweet spot imping practice. Now that my blacksmithing is pretty good, my blacksmithing now is at 89, so pushing that into the 90s, it might. And I'll do some tests. I'll do like regular imping versus sweet spot imping. Do some comparisons there. So I'm gonna need to, purchase some items or something like that, or maybe find somebody who's willing to imp some items up to like 94 or 95 or something like that for me. Or a single item, in fact, I'll only need. We'll see how it goes. I'm still not sure about whether or not the failures are going to cause me to not gain as much skill. We'll see. If it chatters, we'll allow you to cry for a few minutes before you resume streaming. Don't shut off the camera as we want to see you cry. Yeah, I won't cry. I've shattered enough things that this is not that valuable. Like a 101 cast is like valuable, but it's not like shattering a supreme or something like that. Which I've never shattered a supreme, thankfully. But I've definitely shattered my share of rares. Probably a dozen rares I've lost to shattering, which probably tells you how much I actually have, how many rares I've actually casted on is probably an insane amount. Okay, like the 70, I don't know if I want to keep it. It would be nice to have a nice cast to go along with this 101 Circle of Cunning. And I have the favor. I've built up my stock of favor again. Okay, so let's see. What can I do that's actually useful? Griffith could. Here's the problem: is that filling up more pots and casting at the same time. Okay, don't shatter! Don't shatter! Let us. Let's chop some more basil. Let's do that. Where is my knife? Let's repair that. So let's see. Channeling 80. My VIN has 62. Yeah. The other thing is that I also have benediction. I did finally get my benediction. This is my very first priest I've ever gotten benediction on. Um, let's see here. Yeah, the benediction skill that I got that a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, maybe a few weeks ago. The prayer was slow, that was sure. Um, the one that took longer, although I figured out afterwards that I could have done it much quicker, was the 100 sermons. I had thought in my mind, I was thinking the sermons had to be, um, a full sermon to get the faith game. But I found out later by testing it that I just needed one listener to get the sermon. So I started just having Griffith logged on here, and I just would sermon every time I could. But by the time I realized that, I had already gotten the 70 prayer. Like, so I could have been doing the sermons the whole time. Okay, you've done those with the sermon group. I actually need a sermon group. I I was a part of a sermon group. I didn't continue with it though. I wonder if they're still going. I need the favor, right? The faith still. I haven't gotten 100 faith yet. I've literally just been getting this. I might have done, I want to say 25 sermons where I'm actually getting faith resets. So not many. I need to get into a sermon group to get to the 100 faith. What was the other hard one? In order to create the gold altar, I had to take my priest over to, and you won't, Funless, you'd have to. I don't know if you already got the jewel crafting to create a gold altar, but on the old servers, you can't really do anything other than spam create bowls or rings or whatever to get the skill to create the gold altar. What I did is I took my priest over to Defiance, where all the skills transfer over, but my priesthood didn't. And then I just improved bowls, iron bowls over there. I'm on the wrong right cluster. Yeah, exactly. I'll be happy just to get my priest to 70 faith. Well, oh, there's an 86 cast. What do you guys say? Is 86 good enough? 86 good enough. I mean, it would be nice to have a 90 along with that other cast. Let's see if I can improve an 86 without dispelling it. If I can't improve it by the end of this pool, we'll just keep it. I have another 5 or 6 casts left in this. And just cross my fingers I don't shatter it. I also really want to work on my channeling. I want to get back to the channel grind. I don't know if you guys caught the stream that I figured out the channel grinding. We'll go over here to show you the eternal worm curse. Just one more. I know. I know. Well, got those things covered before I became a priest. Benefits of knowing a bit before starting. Drogos told me to get a bit of jewel crafting before priesthood, so many things we did right because they did not. Yeah. It's nice to have that information beforehand. So, um, yeah, I didn't honestly when I started this character, I was like, I'm never getting benediction. This was before they made the prayer change, right? So like I went in making it the priest without. I was like, I'm never getting benediction, so not even gonna try. But then they made the prayer change, and then all of a sudden it became within reach. Okay, so community assistance under the games guide section. I'm gonna point out the grinding everything. If you don't know this thread will be your friend if you're deciding to grind anything. Every time I go to grind something, I always look at this thread first, just to see if there's any information here. And somebody pointed me. I think it was Sindusk. He dropped by the stream and was like, because I was grinding on gems, doing some vessel grinding. And he said that's not the best way. He tells me this other way. And when he told me, it was already written in here. Let me see. Somewhere in here. Butchering, channeling. There it is, somewhere here. Channeling. And here it is. The best way to grind at high levels is to give yourself a neck bruise wound and freeze it with a six healing cover. So when he says 6 healing cover, he means a 6 potency healing cover. Okay, I'm just going to turn off my sleep bonus here. How much channeling did I get there? 0.05. Not bad. Okay, let's cycle between this and this. Okay, so to get the neck bruise, that's a little bit challenging. But all I did was I took Griffith and I dueled with Xander, and I took Griffith and aimed high with his staff and tried to hit his head. And this was something I didn't know before that I learned, that your head has multiple sections. Oops, look what I am now. I'm like a thing I've never seen before. What is that? That's not a cave bug. What is that? Is that like one of the jackal mobs? Is that like the jackal mount? It's a Weta. Yeah, it's a Weta. That's right. It's like the jackal thing. I've seen a picture of it before, but I never. Yeah, Exon, you grinded your jewel crafting to 15 to 17 when your priests were non-premium. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting idea. I could have done that because my premium did run out. Yeah. Okay, so you know how like you have a head, right? But there's like multiple sections to the head. There's the face, which of course is over here. You have your head, you have a neck, you also have shoulders, 2 shoulders. Even though there's not like a spot for shoulders, it's just torso, and then there's a neck, and then there's a head. Or there's not even a section for neck. It's like each wound has a more minute section that it can be attributed to. The only way you can know it is when you get hit, it'll say you so and so hit in the neck or the head, or you can examine the wound and it'll tell you where exactly the wound is. So all I did was I hit Xander up high. If it wasn't a neck wound, I would heal it using a method I also didn't know, which is if you sacrifice more than 50 favor in one shot, completely get healed, no matter how many and how bad the wounds are. If you sacrifice 50 favor, 100% healed. So I would sacrifice, get healed, try again, over and over until it was a neck wound. And I found that if I took off my helmet, that Griffith can hit about a 46 or 47 damage neck wound. So just one hit. And then I would let that get worse, because at 46 it's worsening at that point. So I would let it get worse till it was like in the mid 50s or high 50s or something like that. And then, as the post says, take a 6 healing cover, a 6 potency healing cover, and treat it. And when you treat it, it freezes the wound. It'll say stable. The wound will say stable. So it will not get worse, but it won't get better. Now what this does, this particular type of wound, is it will cause your channeling skill to effectively act like a much lower channeling skill. The exact calculation, trying to remember what it is. I think it's. Let me try one more cast here. I think it was 73%. No, it was the damage of the wound. So let's say it was a 50 damage wound. Let's do a calculator here. Let's say I had a 50 damage wound, 50. You divide that by 73. Don't ask me why it's 73, but divide the wound damage by 73, and that percentage is how much your channeling will drop by. Okay, so if it was a 50 damage wound, then I divide that by 73 and I get 68.5% or so. So then my channeling, which is 80, will act 68.5% less. So let's do a subtract by 1. Subtract by 1. So it'll act 31.5% of 80. So I'll multiply that by 80. So my channeling will now be like 25. Okay, even though my channeling is 80, it'll act like my channeling is 25. Okay, so now what you could do is you can start casting spells that would have given you skill when your channeling was 25, such as Opulence. And so then you can just cast Opulence over and over again and get skill gain like you would if your channeling was 25. It is kind of hardcore, you're right, but it beats all of the other methods of channeling by a long shot. By a long shot, it beats. Because alternatively, the next best would be to, let's say, cast. Yeah. The next best would be to cast. Let's see, what skill is it? Spell list. I think it's Lurker. Yeah, Lurker in the Deep. So Lurker in the Deep is 60 difficulty. So already it's like I'm at 80 channeling. Like if you start getting into the 90s of channeling, Lurker already is like much low compared to your skill. So, but that would be the next best, or even Vessel would be the next best. But even if in Lurker, for example, you're using 30 favor each cast, whereas Opulence would only be 10. So you're getting 3 times as many casts for the same amount of favor. That's a big difference. So you're using 3 times less favor. You're still using favor though. It's still. But if you have a favor maker and enough Wemp, like over here, I've been mostly devoting all my farming to Wemp. So you can see my Wemp stock here is I have over 6,087 quality Wemp that I've been farming. And all these bins are filled with lower quality Wemp. This is just my high quality Wemp. Okay, 86 it is, I think. That's 86W, 101, Circle of Cunning. All right. Let's do. What time is it? It's 5:30. Oh, goodness. How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours. You know, I was going to start earlier today so that I could get a longer stream in. But I had offered to go check on my sister-in-law and brother-in-law's. Their dogs were being left at home for an extended period of time, so they just needed to be let out and have a little bit of company for a little bit of time. So I went over there to help them out. But I do need to make dinner. How about this? We'll do one more round of this. We'll do one more round. Then I'm going to have to go. All right. Oh, I'm missing a pottery bowl. Where's the forge? Oh, right. All the breakfasts. Hold on. Oh boy. What am I going to do with all these meals? Okay, I'm just going to drop them on the ground. There we go. That way I can get another bowl here. How high is Beverages now? So Beverages is at 39. It's on the verge of becoming 40. I mean, which is not so bad considering yesterday it was at 23. So, oh, there's a little goblin. Running around. Wait, who is that goblin? Not an actual goblin, is it? Willow, is that you? Where did it go? It ran behind the windows that are open and I lost it. Can't possibly be an actual goblin. You've learned so many things, intricate things. I can't take any more from now. Yeah. Rope making. I can talk about rope making. Yeah, it's very low, so I'm farming corn instead. Oh, for chopped. It's time for you to head off to bed. Been lovely seeing you all. Miss you, Griff. Miss you too, Willow. It's not you, so what is that? Why is there a goblin just walked right by me? Yes, problems start when above saying, yeah. Thanks for dropping by, Willow. Have a good night. Pretty sure it's her at this point. I know, honestly. It's like, I mean, that goblin. If it was a goblin, it should have attacked me, but it didn't get attacked. I mean, for chop veggies, I could have gone the chop veggie route. The problem is with chop veggies is that it, well, aside from the fact that they got nerfed, right? They got nerfed, so they use up. What's it? It's not that they use it. It's like they give such little favor now that you need a lot of chopped veggies. Now I know that rope making kind of sucks, um, but I have. What did my rope making get now? 73. I got my rope making to 73. I mean, it it used to be that a 100 quality chopped veggie, which was relatively easy to get when they added the chopped veggies as a source of favor. I think it was 100 quality chopped veggie gave, like, I want to say 5 favor. Like that's it was something like that. It was like in it was like 5 or something. But then they nerfed it, so now it's like 4 or I could be wrong. 3 now? Oh god, 3. That's just bad. 3 is like so yeah. No, 2.5? Is it 2.5? Oh, that's that's a big nerf. I feel like it was 5 when I was doing it before. But yeah, maybe 2.5, 3. Yeah, either way, it doesn't matter. 2.5 or 3 is low. That's that's a bad nerf. And I understand people were really upset with that nerf. It's a pretty harsh nerf. Now the whole time, because even before they made chopped veggies a thing, we already had a rope maker, and that's what we were doing for ropes. Like when we first started playing, the options were really limited for favor. It was you're either going to do ropes or if you were a mag priest, you might consider doing locks. I did locks for a while actually on my Vin, but I realized quickly ropes was the way to go. If you were a foe, you might do square pieces of cloth, but that was like it. There was no way that you were going to do like yo-yos or anything like that because they were just too much effort for what it was, and you may as well do ropes. And back then, ropes were hard, so cordage ropes were 60 difficulty back then, and they also didn't give all that much favor. I mean, they gave favor, good amount of favor, but not how much they give now. Cordage ropes got buffed. So the first buff happened when they reduced. Sorry, the first buff happened when they introduced the chopped veggies. They reduced the cordage rope difficulty to 40. So all of a sudden, you would make 100 cordage ropes, and the average quality came out at like 30 or something like that, even if your rope making was really high. So it was like brutal. But then they reduced the difficulty of cordage so that the difficulty is now 40. So now you're getting like much better averages. All the cordage is coming out at much higher quality. Then they did another buff to cordage where they increased the amount of favor each cordage rope gave. Yeah. Yeah, 1 to 25 favor, yeah. Let's see, hold on. Let's just take a peek at what one of these does. Yeah, so a 79 cordage rope gives 16 favor. 16, like one one chopped veggie, 100 quality chopped veggie gives 2.5. One of these gives 16. Um, let's see. So I have a bin of 30 quality cordage. This might give one, two, get price, three. So this 35 quality cordage rope gives 3 favor, the same amount as the chopped veggie. And it's about the same effort. Like, you got to farm the wemp, and then you got to make the rope. Whereas, like with the chopped veggie, you got to farm the veggie, and you got to chop the veggie. Now, granted, chopping does something where it increases the quality of the thing. If you have a 30 quality veggie and you chop it, it increases the quality. Hey, the Azorbic. How's it going? You still chop oleander, the only herb giving favor. Also 2.5 or 3 for 100 quality now, yeah. But like getting 100 quality oleander, you're going to need gardening, right? Oleander. No, oleander, you pick it, don't you? Wait, how do you get oleander? Hey, Reganation, how's it going? Isn't oleander something that you harvest during oleander season? Oh, this is the 30 quality. Let's click here. Okay, what was I doing? Forestry. Okay. Yeah, so like, aren't you limited by the amount of oleander you can get by the fact that like it's not something that you can just get. Let's say I want 30,000 oleander. It's like you can't just go out and get 30,000 oleander. But you can farm. You can go out and create a 1,000 tile farm and do a few rounds of that, you know? I don't think, I could be wrong. I don't think an unchopped herb creates a tea. Okay, there is so many oleander bushes. Yeah. Yeah. You have a ruined sickle. Rare rune sickle, all 100 quality. Okay. Yeah, and I guess if your forestry is really high, it's just that the seasons come around so infrequently, and they're time sensitive. So it's like if you if you can't get it this season, then you're gonna wait 30 some odd days before the next season. Unchopped, no tea. Yeah, exactly. It has to be chopped for tea, I think. Wait, see, what's that? Oh, it's you, cats. Oh, cats. I caught you. I'm like, how did that how did that goblin just come right by me without attacking me? Cats is playing tricks. But then I lost you. I couldn't see where you were. I also don't want to move because I'm in the right spot. I'm in the exact right spot for all. I can reach everything from where I am. That teasing, yeah. I know it doesn't happen very often. Sneaky cats. Photobombing cats. Missed one here. Point is, you take the skills you got to make the best of it. So at the moment, before I skill rope making, my farming is coming along. Okay, around 65. So the chopped corn. Okay, favorite. Yeah, yeah. It's true. It totally is true. I mean, when I started on this server, I like in my mind, I'm like, okay, rope making. That was like my goal. It was one of the first things I did, in fact. Um, to get my rope making to 50, like my first goal was 50, so I was like, I had to get my cloth tailoring to 50. So I did that first. Got cloth tailoring to 50 so that I can create 50 plus quality um, cotton. I had to do farming. What did I do for that though? I was working on my farming. No, I can't even remember now. Now that I think about it, the order thing. So I also have the memory of not having high farming and was relying on other people for farming. Cat's looking for butts to zap. Well, I don't know about this butt. It's like a weird looking thing I got here. Yeah, planks to saw. Yeah. Okay, I think I filled up the thing. I can't remember the order of things. I just remember I got the my cloth tailoring up. I used that to create strings, and then I was improving fish keep nets. That's the secret for rope making is improving fish keep nets. So I improved those, and 50 didn't take very long from there. Okay, what am I doing now? Water. Oh, cats. I was so confused there. I was like, I don't understand. There's a goblin right there. Where did it go? And I couldn't find it. Got me all confused. Fish keep nets. So let's see. Oh, I already have this window open. Fish keep nets. There it is. That one. You see how it's a rope making skill, but you can improve it. You can improve it using cloth tailoring tools. Yeah. So I think I made like 20 of these. They're not that hard to make either. So I made like 20 of them or something. And then I just improved them. And what's amazing about these things is that they fit in a forge. and then they burn down, their quality burns down. So I would imp them to the highest that my string was. Let's say I had 40 quality string. I can't remember what it was, but let's say you have 40 quality string. You can improve them all the way up to 40. Then you put them into a forge, and then their quality would burn down. And if you remove them before they disintegrate, now they're 20 quality again, and you can improve them up again to 40. And so I just kept doing that. Didn't have to take too long. I know. I'm being turned into dragons. Fruit presses. Okay, what's my next step here is water. So I think I can reach... Oh. Nope. It's like a couple steps, couple more steps. I'm like in this spot here. What? I don't recall having to be this close. I was like over here before and being able to reach it. Goodness. I have to... But I can reach it, is what it is. Yeah, I can reach it. I just need to be over there to open it. Okay, I decided up. Up was better. Hey, Buddha. What's going on? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it still eats a lot of net strings of cloth, but less than net traps. Yes. No. I think it's the same as net traps. It eats a lot, but what I did was instead of combining it into a clump, I would have a satchel and I filled 100 strings, so like they were all just 0.1 weight. And I took the satchel and put it onto my tool belt. And so it'll only use one string. Yeah, less net traps can only be lowered by jet lava only, exactly. Whereas the fish keep nets, you put them into a forge to burn them down. Yeah. Yeah, the main difference between like net traps and fish keep nets are pretty well the same when it comes to improving them for skill gain. There's two downsides to the net traps, and that's they're much harder to create in the first place. They take cordage rope and they're higher difficulty to create. So making, let's say, 20 of them is like a pain. And then they don't fit in forges, so you can't burn them down. Yeah. You have to sneak into your wife's toolbox. She got the tailoring leather working tools yet. But it's about the time. I can't make a highway sea tunnel stable for its skilling. But yeah, exactly. It's so true. There's only so much time. All right, what am I doing here? Okay, let's get to this. I think... No, it was down. Down was the way that I wanted to go. Okay, let's try this again. Put this out here. Put this back in here. Yes, this is the direction. Okay, and then I need one extra row. Down. Good. There we go. Yeah, I find it's really hard with the pan filling. It's really hard to like just do it over and over and over again. Like my brain just stops. I need breaks in between. I did 4 rounds in a row yesterday, and I was by the end of it, I was like, okay, I'm done. Don't want to do another. And today, I think this is our 4th round, yeah? Yeah, we did 2 to start. Then we did a hot food cooking round. Then we did 1 more beverage round. Then we took a break to make that. And where's my beverage making now? I think it was like under 40, right? Like it's just... It's going to be 40 after this round. Forgot to bring this all the way down. Like I wonder if like just the process of making alcohol, or what about the process of like squishing, like making juice? How does that compare in terms of skill? I know that the grinding everything. P sounds, I know. You do garlic, I do ginger. Yeah. It's total. It's everybody has their way. I mean, right now, the only way I'm gaining rope making anymore is just by making cordage rope. And that gives just good enough gains. And the cordage is coming out decent. Oh, I missed the first one. I just recently got my rope tool improved. I had told myself I'll get it improved. I'll pay one more time. It's my second time paying to get my rope tool improved. But I'm really wanting to grind my fine carpentry to 90 so that I can improve it myself. I have to get back to that grind. But it's true, there's with so many things to do. Gotta pick and choose what you spend your time on. Pressing juice or oil is not that bad, but beyond skill 75, only fennel gives acceptable skill when pressed. Yeah. You did juice to 50 and also made oil from like corn and wemp seeds and everything I could find. The press, guess, is less effort. You gather the mats and pop climb, not to recover stamina and just pump. Does the action timer on the pressing action make a difference? Like with juicing, does higher action times increase the skill gain? Seemed like it to me. I'll have to test it out. Like some skills are like it doesn't, like for example, butchering, for example, is one where if you increase the action time for butchering, it doesn't actually give you more skill gain for some reason. I'm not sure why. At the moment, you're getting 0.011 to 0.012 per 100 fennel. Wow. Wow. Is that with a 1 quality press? With Circle of Cunning and all that? No, it's still okay. So, but like a low quality, yeah. Yeah, I can't stand, like, I know like 1 quality sometimes makes it better, but I always do what you're saying, like with like 12 quality, because at 1 quality you have to spend so much time repairing. Like every 100 presses you're repairing for like a minute. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do this one last round. And then I'm going to have to turn off the stream. Because dinner needs to be made and... But coming up, I have still some time off, and I'll probably be streaming a bunch more before the summer's out. But once we get closer to the school year, I am going to have much, much, much less time. And we'll see about coming up with some kind of schedule where I can still stream here and there, but it'll be much, much, much less, I'm sure. I'll get less playtime, for sure. This year's going to be crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The government where I am decided to change everything. And I'm the type of person who... I like change, but I know it's crazy when it changes, so... I volunteered to get thrown right in the front lines of it. I know there's some places in the States, I think, where they did this, where... Like, you know how in high school, where there's, like, different levels. Like you'll have like advanced or basic or whatever, like particularly in English and math or these sorts of things. Like you can choose a level that you want to, and that's called streaming. They'll stream you, and like you get to choose which stream you go down. Now a whole body of research discovered that streaming is not good for a lot of reasons. Still not sure, but we'll see how it goes. So our government just this year decided to de-stream. Am I a Weta? Yeah, I am a Weta. I am a Weta. We had a Willow come by. And yeah. We had a Willow stop by. She was hanging out. And you know how that goes. Dragons and Troll Kings and Wetas. Whoops. I mean, it's the least I could do to let her turn me into all these things and to have her fun. As I'm using all of the what do you call it? The herbs that she had made. You know, Willow started out playing over here on the new servers with us when it started. This was her house over here. And she, like, I didn't actually realize how much. I knew she was doing the herb making and the gardening and that. But it wasn't until, you know, she had stopped playing on the new servers, and it wasn't until well after that that I looked in her bin, and it was like, wow, insane how much herbs were in there. And how many planter racks that she had made. It was just absolutely ridiculous. So I thought, instead of making it go to waste, I do need to make my beverage skill to go up, and thought I'd put it to good use. How would not streaming be better then? Oh, well, it's just that I'm going to have a lot less time, so... Oh, you mean streaming. Okay, streaming, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing, is that common sense, and this is why streaming happened in the first place, is that it seems common sense to split up people according to their skill, right? It seems common sense. The problem is that in practice, what ends up happening is that when a student chooses to go into a lower stream, what's the word? It sort of I don't know how else to put it other than it lowers the bar. So that student will not be pushed, but rather they'll be learning at such a much lower level than everybody else, and therefore won't have the opportunity to grow. So it does seem counterintuitive. However, research shows, and they've tried this in lots of places, and it seems to have worked. And don't ask me how true it is, because I don't know for sure, but like, maybe I'll let you guys know when I experience it firsthand. What the research shows is that overall, students perform better when they're not streamed. Even ones who have lower level of ability, let's say, on the average, when you put them in a class where it's not streamed, where everybody's in the same class, there's a lot of rising. You know, the lower students will rise to the occasion if they're put in a position where they have to. At the same time, it takes the right type of teaching, so there's a lot of education happening on my part. I'm like learning a lot. I'm reading a lot. on how to teach to a wider range of abilities. And if I implement, um, methods that will help, the wider range. Whoops, what's happening here? This is already full. Did I miss one? Did I finish? Looks like I finished. Yeah. Now here's the thing, that there is going to be a downside. The downside is that the students who are strong are going to suffer for sure. So the ones who are not going to like it are the ones who are strong students. But again, it all matters how the teachers do it, right? So here's the thing: it will for sure be worse if the teacher who's teaching that D stream class goes in with the attitude that this is not going to work. This is not going to work. There's no way this is going to be better. If they go in with that attitude, then it's going to be worse for sure. So, and this is the main reason why I decided to volunteer for this, because I know that I will bring an attitude that's different from that. I am going to go in with the thought that I can make this work. I'm going to try my best, and I think I can make it work. Now, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a lot of work. I will. I'll pop sleep bonus. It's going to be hard. It's definitely not going to be perfect, but I'll be truthful to you. Teaching is never perfect. There's never been. It's never been perfect. There's always problems. You fix one thing, it always breaks another thing. That's how teaching is. It can never be perfect. But if it helps, okay, here's one thing I've seen for sure. I've seen students who you would look at them in the moment and say they don't have the ability. They can't do math, for example. But with the right, if they have the right attitude and they're encouraged by the right person, I've seen wonders happen. The growth that can happen in a school year can be amazing under the right circumstances. So over the time that I've been teaching, I strive to try to make those circumstances happen for everybody. And it's not perfect. It never is perfect, but you can hit some of them. Like I've had students come in grade 9 and they're adding by counting on their fingers. Like that's where they're at. They're adding single digit numbers by counting them on their fingers. And they'll come out with, grades that would amaze you and abilities that amaze you. So I've seen that happen. So I know it's possible that people can grow. And it would be wrong if we streamed that student who's counting on their fingers because we see that they're not able to do the math, and we put them in a class where they for sure are not going to learn math. They're not going to be expected to learn math. They're going to be expected to sort of just twiddle their thumbs and do less homework and do less work and learn to a lower level. And then they're not going to achieve what they could have achieved under different circumstances. Yeah. Yeah. Buddha, I'm right there with you. I have a physics major and a math minor, and I'm right there with you. Yeah, so in Ontario where I live, they decided to stop streaming grade 9 math, particularly grade 9 only. And they're talking about going to grade 10, which means, normally when a student comes into high school, they choose, do I want the lower level math, do I want the mid level math, or do I want the higher level math? But now every student coming into grade 9 is going to go into the same math class. So getting rid of that. And me being who I am, volunteered to teach. Like I want to be right there teaching those kids. I love teaching grade 9. Grade 9 is where you see the most growth in a student in high school. It's like the lowest level in high school in our province. I like teaching grade 9. I also like teaching the grade 12s, which is the highest level. But the grade 9s are something special because they're young, they're impressionable, you can change their attitude towards math because they'll all come in with their elementary school math experiences, which often aren't the best. And you can turn them around. You can, I don't know. I don't know, Parachi. It could be. It might not be. Yeah. And so I'm learning a lot now. It's going to be busy. The whole reason why I brought all this up is because it's going to be busy going into this school year. I'm going to have to do a lot of learning and a lot of planning and a lot of figuring stuff out. So it's going to be a pretty stressful beginning of the year. The second semester will be a little bit easier because I'm teaching calculus. And I'll be teaching another grade 9, so I'll have already gone through it. And but the first semester I'm going to be doing this for the first time, teaching all these kids. And yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be challenging, but it'll be rewarding at the same time, I think. Okay, so where am I? The last forge just went out. So I think I can do it, yeah. New Zealand is 9 to 13. You think Australia is 7 or 8 to 12? Yeah, I think it's mostly 9 to 12, but I think the States is like 9 to 12 everywhere. And I think the same in Canada. But I don't think everywhere in the world. And in Ontario, it used to be 9 to 13. But they got rid of grade 13. Thanks, Cats. Yeah, it is exciting. It's definitely something I'm in. Like, I'm a little bit scared because it's hard to say what it might look like, but we'll see. It hopefully will be rewarding and fun. All right, Garaz. I am also. It is time for me to get dinner ready, so I'm going to end the stream here. It looks like I got 7 points in beverages, which is so the same 4 loads that yesterday gave me 10 points. This time gave me 7. And that's how it's going to go. So it looks like if I do another 4, that might give me like what, 5 or something like that. 4.5. And then another 4. So it looks like I'll need to do at least 2 more rounds of 4 at least to get to 50, potentially a little bit more. So yeah, it is good progress. It is good progress. Just yesterday I was at 23 to start. So I'll probably have time to do another round tonight or 2. And then more tomorrow. And then once I get to 50, I think 50 is where I'm going to be like, okay, I'll switch to juicing and I'll see what juicing looks like. Okay, you get 0.3 per 2. Yeah, but you're way up there right now. Yeah. You're going to need 80 quality olive oil. Have to do the grind yourself. Hey, Nin, how's it going? Yep. Well, I really wish there was an easier way to do the water, but it is what it is, I guess. You are very welcome. All right, let's see if there's anybody streaming right now. Let me move this over to this side. Touch. Gonna have to stop that. And let's see. Am I the only one streaming Wurm right now? It's very possible. Oh no, there's a big nerd on campus. Oh, he changed his camera. He used to have the camera so that it's like his face is this massive thing on the screen. Which is a little bit much, I think, but it looks a little bit better. Oh yeah, and tomorrow's Tuesday. Yeah, Cats, is there going to be a Wurm roulette tomorrow? But we'll see. We'll see if that happens. Sure is. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, you're very welcome. Yeah. Well, I am happy that more people are streaming Wurm. Let's say that. And I think with that in mind, I am going to raid Big Nerd on Campus. He has a big long name, so I'm going to copy it. You guys can choose to stick around or not. But I think that to support Wurm streamers, oh goodness, why can't I? There we go. To support Wurm streamers, I think we can toss them a raid. Yep. Well, I'll be streaming again probably sometime later this week. Potentially, I don't know the date. It'll just have to be off the cuff. Sort of wake up one day and say, I think today's a streaming day. Let's see. It's like yesterday, Big Nerd. Yeah, to see you on Indeed at some point, but can't wait. It's not done yet. Hope. Oh, on your deed. Okay. Yeah, sure. One day. Okay. So here we go. We're going to raid Big Nerd on Campus. You guys, thank you so much for coming out. It means a lot to me that you guys stuck with this stream and hang out with me today. Oh, cats, I see. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, it's possible. You mean on the Wurm roulette tomorrow? Yeah, that makes sense. And you guys have a great rest of your day. You guys keep on worming, and I'll catch you next time.